What's up, everybody? Welcome back to day 2 of Boosting SaaS with Technology, Boosting Technology with SaaS products. So this is Javy Martinez. I'm excited to be back for day number 2. We have a lineup packed full of rock star speakers. So I'd like to introduce our first speaker of the day, Dan Shiebler. He is the head of machine learning at Abnormal Security. If Dan can please join me. How's it going, Dan?
Hey, how's it going?
Okay? I'm doing well. How are you?
Yes, absolutely. Doing great.
Awesome. Well, you have 40 minutes if you want to talk the first 20, 30, 40 minutes and then leave the last 5 or 10 for a Q&A for the audience, if that's okay. And I'll let you take over the mic.
That sounds great. Thanks, Javy. Hi, everybody. My name is Dan. Let me share my screen. Great. There we go. So today I'm going to be talking about resilient machine learning, which is the set of tools and techniques that we utilize to launch artificial intelligence technologies into production in a way that is resilient to the kinds of issues that tend to plague any kind of software system, and especially tend to plague machine learning systems that are boosting SaaS products and making products more effective. These kinds of techniques are very powerful. They have the ability to accomplish things that are not possible using traditional types of technologies or really in any other way. However, they have a number of major flaws and a number of major vulnerabilities that make it difficult for engineering teams to be able to deploy them confidently in production. Today, we're going to talk a little bit about what are the nature of these flaws, what are the nature of these challenges, and how can we improve how the systems that we deploy face and overcome these challenges. Let me just make this a little larger. All right, so just a little bit about me. My name's Dan Shiebler. I'm the head of machine learning at Abnormal Security. At Abnormal Security, we build cybersecurity products to protect users from bad actors, ransomware, BEC, business email compromise, phishing, and spam. And we do this by launching machine learning algorithms that can detect cyber attacks and distinguish them from So my background, I did my undergraduate at Brown, a PhD at Oxford. Before Abnormal, I worked for Twitter for years, working on a variety of different areas around ads, etc. And before that, I worked at TrueMotion, an insurance company focused on smartphone sensor analytics. Just a little bit about me personally. I like the outdoors. Here's a couple of pictures of me in the outdoors. All right, so the first challenge that we're going to talk about today is outages. So software outages are a very common staple of any software system, where there's always the risk that a major incident occurs that can knock software systems off. And when this happens, machine learning systems that depend on everything in an environment being stable and working well can fail catastrophically. Software systems need to have the ability to be resilient to individual components of them breaking. Machine learning systems, especially when they're built and trained with only clean data, tend to react poorly and in unexpected ways when you have issues like a data center going out or a service taking longer than expected to spin up. The philosophy that I like to suggest when trying to address this problem is to not coddle the models that we train. If we build a machine learning model that is intended to function in a production environment where different kinds of data distributions may change, different types of services may go out, then we want to build our model in a setting in which the data that is utilized to train and improve and test the model is representative of the possibility of these kinds of outages and incident situations. If we build our models in a academic-like environment, only on clean data and in a clean environment, then when we launch our model into production, it will have a situation somewhat similar to what's happening to this boxer here. You spent all your time punching a bag, then when you are faced with an actual opponent in a ring, you will fail. But we can train our models to be resilient to these kinds of incidents by logging data that represents the true production environments that our models are trained in, and training our models explicitly on that data, on data that represents the production environment. It represents the possibility of outages. We could build a model that is more resilient and is capable of resisting the kinds of incident situations that software systems will face. And so I'm going to make this a little bit more concrete with a comparison of two different models that we had at Twitter, both of which were intended to serve ads to users. So one model was trained continuously on all data. So any ad request that was sent through the Twitter pipeline that met some relatively lightweight set of criteria would be utilized as a training sample for this model. This includes samples that were submitted with noisy features or missing features from incidents, outages, situations where a user's Twitter account had really poor service and they weren't able to send all their data. So really spotty samples. Whereas another model was trained by ML researchers with an academic background who started by cleaning their data very aggressively and removing all of these samples with missing signals and missing features before beginning the training process. The two models had different architectures, but the architectural differences were not dramatic from the perspective of how it impacted the model performance. But when there was an incident, both models happened to be running at the same time. And the model that's trained continuously on all data had its performance barely change. When feature serving was delayed, the model that's trained on all data and has seen these samples with missing features and with missing signals had no problem adapting to this delayed serving situation, which had occurred due to a service taking too long to spin up. Whereas the model that had only seen clean data completely tanked. It wasn't ready for that kind of noise. At Abnormal Security, we need to build models that are resilient to any kind of incident situation. Our customers depend on our models to protect them from bad actors, to protect them from cyber criminals. And so it's critical that we build models that provide multi-layered defense, that it's resilience to any kind of interference that might happen, or any kind of incident that might happen on our side that could reduce the effectiveness of our defense systems. So in order to accomplish this, we utilize a multi-layered defense system, where a sample does not just go through the phase of heavyweight models with heavyweight signals, but instead we have multiple layers of models, each of which have different kinds of signals that they depend on, and therefore different risk profiles. The basic heuristic system is able to provide a base layer of defense that is not going to degrade if our signal provider systems go down. Similarly, our lightweight model with light signals does not have the same risk vectors as our heavyweight model may have, where certain heavyweight signals may not be available, but our lightweight model and basic heuristic systems are still able to provide defense. So this enables our system to not fail catastrophically and instead have slow, graceful failures in the deployment of the ML models. The insight here is that the individual models themselves may have a higher risk vector than the system as a whole. We can defend risk at the level of an individual model by trying to direct its training to make the model able to stand up in the ring to these kinds of incidents. We can also build our system in a way that utilizes a chain of models, each of which have different risk vectors, and utilize both of these approaches layered over each other to prepare our system for different kinds of incidents and build in this kind of resilience. The next kind of resilience that I want to talk about is adversaries. Any kind of product that is any degree of successful will face adversaries who are looking to exploit the weaknesses in the product in order to achieve their own gain. In social media settings, this could be spammers or people who are trying to game the recommendation algorithm to gain more impressions or followers than the quality of their posts may deserve. In cybersecurity, this is, of course, an absolute core part of the entire domain. When we build cybersecurity defense algorithms, our adversaries will test their approaches against our defenses and modify their attacks based on what they believe will allow them to get through our defenses. So it's a constant game of escalation on building new systems that are resilient to adversarial interference. Fighting adversaries requires building a suit of armor around the models and systems that you build. And there's many different elements of this, but three that I usually like to highlight are high variance behavior, multiple layers of defense, and automated adaptation. So digging into this, what this means by high variance behavior is that the defenses that your systems provide are not simply focused on a single kind of defense or a single kind of model, but instead are driven by models whose behaviors are difficult to predict and able to defend in many different ways. And this feeds into multiple layers of defense. Having different kinds of systems that utilize different kinds of defenses make it harder for a single exploit to be particularly large. If an attacker figures out a single kind of way to fool your system, you want to make it difficult for them to be able to build on that exploit to fool your system in lots of different kinds of ways. You want each individual insight that an attacker is able to gain to be not something that allows them to gain many more insights after that. And automated adaptation is something that's critical to many machine learning systems and particularly important when fighting adversaries. This basically means that as new data flows in, you want your system to adapt to it. If a spammer manages to get past the spam filtering systems that are built into a social media site, you want the first user reports of that spam to immediately feed into machine learning models. The longer that feedback loop takes, the better that adversaries are able to exploit these weaknesses. One strategy that's important and very useful when fighting adversaries is to think carefully about the kinds of patterns that you are exploiting in the machine learning technology that you build. Generally, if we can frame many kinds of prediction, generally we can frame many kind of prediction problems as finding a needle in a haystack. For example, on a application like Twitter, we are trying to find the single good ad recommendation or content recommendation out of pool of thousands or tens of thousands of possible candidates. In the cybersecurity domain, we're trying to find the single piece of network traffic or the single message or email that is a cyber attack among the millions or tens of millions of messages or parts of network traffic that are safe. But when we search for a needle in a haystack, there's different approaches that we can take. One is to try to model what does a needle look like, the metal, the shape, the sharpness. The other is to try to model what hay looks like and to look for the things in the haystack that don't look like that. When we try to model what a needle looks like, it's easier for the adversary who's trying to hide the needle to fool us. They may use a strangely shaped needle. They may blunt the edge of their needle. They may do all sorts of things that fool us looking for the characteristics of the needle in the haystack. However, it is much harder to build a needle that still functions as a needle that has all of the properties of hay. If we instead look for the thing in the haystack that doesn't look like hay, we can build an approach that is dramatically more resilient to attacker interference. I'm going to make this concrete. So let's say that we're building this kind of model, and there's two different kinds of signals that we can think about. There are signals that are easy for an attacker to impersonate, and signals that are hard for an attacker to impersonate. So, for example, in our Twitter application, signals that are easy for an attacker to impersonate are things like the account description or the account image or the follows that the account has made, things the attacker has control of. Things that are harder for the attacker to impersonate are things that are coming in to the accounts, the reputation that trusted accounts treat that account with, for instance. If we build a model that includes both easy to impersonate signals and hard to impersonate signals, we'll likely get the model with the best overall performance, just because we have the largest number of different signals. However, this model may be easier to fool because an attacker can impersonate the easy to impersonate signals. If we instead remove the easy to impersonate signals from the model training process and focus our modeling on these hard to impersonate signals, we may build a model that has slightly worse overall performance, but we've built a model that's extremely difficult for attackers to fool. And this can be very powerful when we're in a situation where adversaries are our major concern. And to think about this in the social media setting, there's good content signals and bad content signals, as well as additional dimensions that are easy and hard to fool. Good content signals like virality can be a little bit easier to impersonate. They're a little bit harder to impersonate than things as like content themselves, but they're still a little bit easier to impersonate compared to things like conversion rate and dwell time that rely on genuine user engagement and are much harder to impersonate. In the cyber attacker domain, we have the difference between attack signals and safe signals. When we're trying to identify whether or not a particular message is bad, if we look for known bad links or spammy representations of vocabulary, these are things that attackers can relatively easily modify. However, if we're looking instead at how strange this message is for this particular recipient, or what kind of reputation the sender has over time, these are things that are much, much harder for the attacker to fool, for the attacker to impersonate. And as a result, focusing models on these safe signals can enable us to build models that are more resilient to attacker interference. So the next domain I'm going to talk about relatively briefly is offline-online mismatch, which is a major challenge when building and deploying machine learning systems or artificial intelligence systems that are intended to perform well in production in a way that is resilient to discrepancies between what data scientists and machine learning engineers see and what we actually see in production. And this coin represents the two sides of any artificial intelligence workstream, what the engineers see and what the users and customers see. So we can think about the distinction between online or offline as the distinction between what a customer experiences and what a data science sees or experiences. The online system is going to be seen by our synchronous services, queues, jobs, the actual things that serve traffic to the customers and show the customer's experience. Whereas what the data scientist sees are queries, notebooks, scripts, things that the data scientist has control over. And there's usually a gap between these where the size of this gap is directly related to the difficulty of data scientists optimizing with high bandwidth for the customer experience. And to drive this home, I just want to talk a little bit about what this might actually look like in a production environment, where in an offline setting, the tools and systems that a data scientist is working with may be entirely separate from the tools and systems that are actually serving models to the client. For instance, the training job that a data scientist or engineer is working with may have its signals hydrated from an offline feature warehouse that is stored separately from the online signal data store that provides signals to the online system. This is a gap in that this data may be copied or cloned, but it's likely stored in different formats and may have substantial discrepancies in the assumptions made or the values of the data that's served. This means that data scientists and engineers working on building and improving these models may run the risk of moving in the wrong direction due to this gap that exists between what the customer can experience, what the data scientist can experience. And one of the ways that we can improve upon this is by investing in offline simulation, where we store a unified data set that we clone to both an online system and an offline simulation system that copies the behavior of the online system. Essentially, to be more deliberate about the transformations and data processing that is performed by our online systems and mirror them in the offline systems that data scientists work with. And I'm not going to talk too much more about this. What I want to focus on next is feedback loops, which are one of the largest challenges that engineers face when deploying machine learning systems into production, especially as these systems influence the customer experience, and this influence on the customer experience then influences the data that feeds into these systems. This kind of loop, where the changes that we make influence the way that the system evolves in the future, can be very difficult when we are attempting to improve the quality of our systems in a way that is visible and predictable. An easy example here is the case where an engineer builds a artificial intelligence model for catching a particular kind of attack in the cybersecurity setting, launches it into production. We have a day or two of good protection before attackers realize that this kind of attack is now being blocked, modify the kinds of attacks that they send, and now they're sending a different kind of attack. And what this means now is that the kind of data that's feeding into the machine learning model training has now changed. It's not just that the model is now dealing with a new kind of data, it's that the next model that we train will have this new kind of data, where this new kind of data is influenced by the previous model we trained. So this is a very complex set of dependencies where every decision you make today will not only influence the behavior of your model, but it will also influence the kind of data that feeds into the next model that you train. And so this is a sort of picture of what this looks like, especially in a setting like Twitter, where we have users whose actions directly feed into the models that we build. Although this is very relevant in the settings like the one that we have at Abnormal Security, where customers and attackers are the providers of the data that feeds into our models. So we can start this with our training data. We have a set of data that an engineer is going to utilize to build a model. So they build the model from that data. This model also utilizes features that are attached to that training data, the signals that we've associated with it. This model generates predictions in our production system, which then influences the user experience. The user's actions then feed back into both the training data and the features themselves. If these features are things like reputation, click-through rates, response rates, etc., these are themselves influenced by what the model had chosen to do. So the future behavior of the model and the future versions of the model are both influenced by these previous modeling decisions and data science decisions that fed into the previous versions of the model. This is often an endemic challenge with any kind of machine learning or artificial intelligence system, But there are steps that we can take to mitigate the impact of this challenge. And one way to do this is to be deliberate about separating the samples that feed into model training from the full set of samples that are influenced by our model. We could do this by building a system that selects samples from our live data and treats them differently from the samples that feed through our online system. Instead, sends them directly to human labeling, for instance, without passing them first through a prediction process, essentially separating the flow of data into our database from just the flow that goes through our model. So we have sort of a two-tiered flow here. One flow that feeds through our model and online system, and therefore is influenced by previous model decisions, and one that is not. This enables engineers to be able to test their decisions, not just in a setting that is influenced by the previous decisions that they made, but also in an unbiased setting that enables continuous improvements and greater predictability into how systems will behave in the future. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
That was awesome, Dan. Thank you so much. That was really interesting. I definitely took quite a few notes from your presentation. So I will leave the last 10 for about Q&A. So if the audience wants to open up any questions, I have a question for you. Sorry, I'm trying to move my mic here. If you don't mind. Ooh. So as a founder, as a company, like what is your prediction as far as like one thing to look out for this year, that you're predicting within your space?
I mean, I think that one huge area, especially within cybersecurity, is the rise of commoditized attacks has been a constant issue where technology makes it easier for bad actors to send out large spam campaigns or even very, very targeted campaigns and very targeted attacks. And that has gotten substantially more dangerous as artificial intelligence technologies that enable highly personalized but still very high volume attacks to be manufactured. Systems like GPT make it very easy to craft highly personalized, high volume scam messages or simulations of very real looking communications or artifacts that can attempt to fool detection systems. So I think that a higher vigilance for these kinds of manufactured attacks and modeling techniques that are resilient to them are critical for the cybersecurity space and especially the AI and cybersecurity space.
Yeah, no, I think that's really interesting. I mean, I've definitely seen an increase in like spammy stuff coming through, especially, via email, but even like my phone. But overall, I think it's really interesting how, how these bad characters, how they get real creative about how they like launch these attacks. I mean, it's fascinating, even though it's a terrible thing. So, someone that is not, let's call it tech savvy, or just like, well in tune with what this looks like, what do you recommend? I mean, like, what are like one or two, three things that they can look out for, just to make sure that they're doing their due diligence, right? And just not being, careless about, clicking on a link or just going to the wrong site.
Totally. I mean, I would say the number one most important thing to do in general for cybersecurity health is to have MFA on all of your accounts. I don't think there's anything more important than that, simply because it is too easy to get credential phished. And if you end up putting your password into the wrong place or have a security breach, multi-factor authentication will protect you in many different situations, whereas in any other form of vigilance any kind of vigilance will always have gaps, but this is a very, very low effort and very, very high reward way to keep yourself safe.
Very interesting. Well, I appreciate you sharing that. It doesn't look like any questions come in, so I can continue the conversation for a little bit while we wait. If you have some time, if that's all right.
Totally.
Awesome. So, where can people connect with you? Where can they find you? LinkedIn, Twitter, um, email.
Yeah, both LinkedIn and Twitter are both good places. I'm reasonably active on both.
Awesome. So, I'm assuming you are well aware. I mean, I'm curious to know your perspective since you're in the industry. So I use LastPass and I know recently they had a little hiccup. So, with companies like that, I mean, I don't know how much you know about it, and I just know very bare surface because I was having dinner with one of my mentors, and I started to notice that someone was trying to log into like my Facebook. So good thing I had two-factor authentication because I went and changed it, but it was just like crazy to have someone was trying to like people can access your stuff, and there's so many ways. He's the expert in email and privacy, and he was just explaining to me several things, and I was just like so fascinated by how these bad characters just really go about kind of implementing some of their tactics and strategies. So, how what are your thoughts on like the last pass? Kind of the latest breach and how what we can learn from that.
I mean, I think companies have a responsibility to be responsible custodians of user data. I think it's very difficult to balance each of the different decisions that companies make. There's different kinds of attacks that have different types of blast radiuses. And it's very easy to look at a case like LastPass and point out multiple mistakes that they had made with respect to data separation and respect to the ability of attackers to be able to apply this kind of exploits. But I think that fundamentally each type of company and the types of data that they have need to be need to be stored in as secure and low access way as possible. And as users, it's helpful to have no single point of failure. Utilizing techniques like multi-factor authentication and password turnover is always helpful because the reality is that companies will always make mistakes, attackers will always make exploits, and each individual person it's important to realize that these types of risks exist.
Yep. Yep. So as far as maybe on a personal or for abnormal security, I mean, what are y'all most excited to to or look forward to in 2023? I mean, I don't know how much you can share about some of y'all's plans, but what's one big thing
Yep,
that you're looking forward to or excited about?
absolutely. So, I mean, I think one thing is for us to continue to protect customers as effectively as possible. Are we consistently are the highest performing email security product in the markets in terms of our ability to catch email attacks and prevent and detect account takeovers. I am very excited about continuing to improve our email detection capabilities through incorporation of new data sets, through incorporation of more sophisticated and more powerful machine learning techniques. I'm also really excited about how we are branching into new product areas and new forms of data that we are ingesting to protect our customers better and to provide a more holistic cybersecurity defense through protecting against different kinds of messaging, different kinds of account takeovers, and different kinds of attacks. Every time that we prevent a customer from losing money from invoice fraud or prevent a customer from being extorted or scammed or having their credentials stolen, this is it's nice to be able to have this kind of positive impact in the world and to be able to continue to improve our systems to improve the degree to which we can have this positive impact. So I'm excited about the new types of signals, the new types of models, and the new kinds of customers we'll be able to protect.
No, that's amazing. That's definitely very exciting, and I wish you all lots of success. And yeah, so I don't know if you have any additional comments. I'd like to kind of leave the last question to basically what what is one piece of advice or one takeaway that you can give anyone, going into 2023, as from a security, machine learning, privacy standpoint, or just from a personal level? Like, what's one thing that you'd give to all our founders or audience that are here with us today?
I mean, the theme of my talk today is largely around the ways that machine learning can be difficult, and how to try to reduce the surface area of those difficulties. And I think that this is an important thing to keep in mind as we have excitement about the possibilities and potential of machine learning, is to realize that machine learning technologies are extremely powerful, but they're also extremely difficult to apply in situations with high risk. Machine learning technologies are exceptional when the possibility of a catastrophic failure is very, very low. When there's a low risk that failure will cause really, really bad outcomes, it's very easy to apply machine learning and be willing to accept that risk. When we're working in any domain where catastrophic failure has a very, very catastrophic potential outcome, then the application and optimization of these kinds of technologies becomes much more difficult. So my suggestion to anybody who's interfacing with these technologies is to start simple and stay simple as long as possible, to be able to really understand what are the characteristics of your domain. How sensitive are you to catastrophic failure? And what are the ways that you can prevent against it and minimize the risk? This will allow the incorporation of machine learning technologies into your product and into the systems that you're building to be maximally successful and not hit roadblocks or failures down the road.
Oh, that's amazing. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Dan. Well, Dan, I really appreciate you spending some time with us this morning. It's been an awesome conversation. That was super insightful, honestly, for me, and I hope it was for everyone else. But really looking forward to hopefully seeing you at another event here. And thank you for spending the morning with us.
Absolutely. Great to chat. Thanks, Javy.
Have a great day. What's up, everybody? So we have our next speaker up. I hope everyone enjoyed Dan's presentation. That was super insightful. So Manisha Gupta, the VP of Products and AI ML Analytics at Oracle, will be joining us next. She'll be going over understanding and operationalizing AI for your product and your company. I can't talk this morning. I apologize. So she will be joining us here in about 5 minutes. Some of her topics I'm looking over are: what is intelligence and human and artificial branches of AI? Why is deep learning taking off? How does natural language processing work? And how to operationalize AI for a SaaS product or company. So if you are here right now with us, let us know where you are calling or watching from. I am calling in from Dallas, Texas, my hometown, and I look forward to interacting with some of y'all. So let's see. While we wait for Manisha to come, what are your thoughts so far about the 5 speakers we've had? We have 2 more this morning and 3 more in the afternoon. So what speakers have you enjoyed so far? What speakers are you looking forward to? Let us know in the comments. And I really look forward to the rest of the day. We have some awesome rock star speakers joining us that are working on some really cool products or services. All right, looks like our speaker will be joining us here now. Thank you everyone for waiting. So if Manisha is here, if you can join the stage with me and share your screen. All right, everybody, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties. We were going to be stepping out for about 5 minutes to get it fixed. So if you want to go grab some water, grab some coffee, or take a restroom break, we will be back in 5 minutes. And we'll have our next speaker, Manisha Gupta from Oracle, speaking. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. We are back. I'm excited to announce our next speaker, Manisha Gupta, the VP over at Oracle for Products, AI, ML, and Analytics for the HCM VP at Oracle. So, Manisha, if you can please join the stage. Good morning. How's it going? Manisha, can you hear me? Sorry about that, everybody. Let me see. Looks like we still might be experiencing technical issue with our speaker. So thank you for cooperating with us and waiting. Okay. All right. We will go on. I'm sorry to have to do this to everyone again, but before we go on break, let me kind of go over some of the rest of the schedule so everyone's aware of what's going on for the rest of the day. So Manisha Gupta will be speaking now. The next speaker will be Riza Rahimi. He is a software engineer, and he'll be talking over boosting personalization in SaaS using machine learning. So then we'll go on a coffee break. And the last three speakers of the day will be Vishal, leveraging AI for boosting your SaaS products and business ROIs. We have Catherine Brinkman, the Vice President of Client Experience at Dale Carnegie Training. She'll be communicating beyond the zeros and ones. And our last speaker of the day, Bose Brudner. He's how to build the scalable business or SaaS product portfolio so the right way. And we'll have a final word from the co-founder and CTO of Glorium Technologies, on Dimitri, and we will end the summit at that time. So great speakers left. We have about four awesome speakers, and wrapping up around 2:00, 1:50 Eastern Standard Time. So really looking forward to having everyone joining us and excited about the rest of the day. So let me know in the comments which speaker or topic you're most interested or looking forward to, which topic you've enjoyed so far. If you joined us day one and now day two, thank you so much for sticking around and joining us. Really appreciate you spending your day with us. And hopefully you've learned something or two and implement them into your business. So looks like we are still going to be experiencing some issues. I will be stepping out and I will be back whenever we are ready to roll. Thank you guys. Sorry, everybody. All right, everybody, we are back. Third time will be a charm. I'm excited to present our next speaker, Manisha Gupta. Manisha, are you there? How's
I
it
am. Can
going?
you hear me this time? Okay,
I
fine.
can. Glad we were able to sort
Okay.
that out. I apologize for the tech difficulties. So thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Likewise, and so sorry. I don't know. I just went out and in again. So technology sometimes can be wonderful, but
No
glad to be
worries
here.
at all. Well, we're looking forward to your presentation. So I'm gonna step back now. I'll give you the mic if you want to introduce yourself and then go over your presentation. Maybe leave the last 5 minutes for Q&A for the audience.
Absolutely. But just let me just test bringing the presentation on because we've already lost a few minutes.
Absolutely.
So just,
No worries at all.
okay, let me see. Would you mind guiding me? Normally, I think I just have to
There
start,
should be
share
there
my
should be
screen,
a
right?
little in the bottom part of your screen. There's 6 buttons, I believe, and there's one with the little
Plus
square
sign?
with the up arrow. Should be
Oh,
able to
okay.
share your screen that way.
Okay, okay, got it. Okay, and then window screen and allow to see my screen. It's just saying block. I don't know why it's saying. Okay, I think it's
Is
fine. Do you see it? Do you
not
see something?
yet. Not yet. Yep, now I can. Okay, perfect. We're good.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Let's just get started. So, hi everybody. Good morning. For anybody who's with me in the Pacific time, it's 7 in the morning. So, really glad that you're sharing your time with all of us today to learn a little bit more about AI, especially in the SaaS space. I lead the HR analytics. AI, ML, all that, suite of products for Oracle. So primarily the focus is how do we apply analytics and these new technologies to understand people through people analytics and also HR analytics for them. So my topic today was understanding AI and operationalizing it within your company or your product. I'm going to just quickly walk you through a few aspects. I am a first principles person, so just like from the core, getting the basic and the intuition right on what are we talking about. There's a lot of good resources available today, and a lot of courses, books, etc. available. So sometimes in the world of AI, we do hear a lot of jargon also and a lot of buzzwords. So just like I thought I'll just take a couple of minutes in the beginning to at least talk about what is intelligence and what is all this craze about, and why is artificial intelligence almost becoming, an extension of our life. It's not just like a thing or a project that we do in one aspect of our life. It is really embedded, whether we know it or not, in almost every aspect of our working lives and our living lives today. So we'll cover through a few topics, and I'll try to keep time at the end. Otherwise, I don't know if there's a way of you asking questions in between. Also, I'm happy to, um, you know, uh, take it that way. So let's just start our journey together. First, what is intelligence, right? And there's so many definitions. I'm sure if we were in a in a live room and I had asked the questions, all of us would probably have slightly different answers. But intelligence, this is from Collins Dictionary. It is really our ability to think, reason, and understand. So, not just react impromptu or instinctively, but thinking, reasoning, and understanding. And believe it or not, as human beings, we are intelligent and we do a lot of things. When we are talking, I'm conceptualizing my thoughts, I'm putting them in a constructive way to deliver it. You are recognizing my speech. You are again constructing the message in your head. You're rationalizing, blah, blah, blah. So, lots of things we are doing. So, really, then, what is artificial intelligence? Very quickly, it is the ability for computers to do exactly what humans are doing. And when computers start doing it, they can also start doing it at scale, and they can start doing it, especially if it's a repetitive task, they can start doing it flawlessly, right? Because they don't get tired. And when imagine a world when they start sort of becoming our buddies, helping us rationalize, think all that stuff at scale flawlessly, have multiple GPUs, behind them and to power them, then of course the world can get a lot of things done much faster and more accurately. Doesn't mean they're necessarily more intelligent than us, but they just help us scale faster, right? So that is why AI is sort of the craze, and why everybody is so focused on it. I'll just give you a few examples, very quick examples. So for example, AI in traffic. If you use Waze or you use Google Maps, you're sending traffic, and AI is looking at past trends and then using those past trends to predict what the future might look like, right? So we have this as part of our lives on a regular basis. AI in healthcare, now our smart watches, and when we go for runs, Nike Run, I'm a hiker. So when I use Strava, like there's a lot of things they can do just looking at past trends, past data to analyze what future could look like. And again, there's lots of algorithms and lots of different ways of modeling it. I will not go in that today, but essentially the capability of us looking in the past trends, past data to identify trends, which can then be used to understand what the future could look like, is one way of doing artificial intelligence. Any sort of intelligence, that was one predictive aspects, but there are other aspects we'll talk about today. AI in weather. So this week, hopefully, many of us used it quite a bit. I did. When do I go out for a run or when do I take my dogs out for a walk? So Weather Channel helped us quite a bit, right? So again, they're collecting a lot of signals and they're trying to make sense out of it. When precipitation is so much and the temperature is so much, it kind of tends to rain. Okay, it has happened 10,000 times in the past lives or millions of times, so likelihood of it happening again is high. So they can do that. Tesla, any of these autonomous vehicles, if you've used them. So again, like it has been in a journey towards AI, right? Our first cars were no automation. Then we started assisting the driver just a little bit. Then we had partial automation where it could at least guide you that you are moving in the right direction, right? When your GPS kind of beeps and says, "Here, take a U-turn," whatever. Then you can have conditional automation where driver is still required, but it is not required to monitor the environment. So my husband has a Tesla. Sometimes, he just puts it in the auto drive mode when he's in straight drives, and he's still there. We're not at a stage where he can just not be in the car, but he's not doing a lot more of cognitive thinking or intelligence. The machine is doing it for him, and we're moving towards a area where cars will be on self-drive mode, as we're aware, right? So the reason I put the slide in here is to just explain that AI is a journey. Whatever your use case be for your product, your company, however you're thinking of automating a system or applying artificial intelligence, uh, you have to give yourself time, because it takes time for both humans and machines to understand each other, to learn from data. There are tons of use cases where it didn't work because we didn't have enough data, right? Versus in the case of autonomous vehicles, over a couple of decades, we believe we will reach, and we're already like a decade plus in, right? So within 5 to 10 years, we believe we will have cars which technology wise can be in uh, uh, full automation. They will understand the roads, they will understand the maps, and they will be able to drive forward themselves. Legally, separate conversation. Is it safe, is it legal, what are the implications? We're not going in that, but from a technology perspective, it is going to be possible, and it took years, it took several iterations to reach this stage. And that's the case with most of the use cases when we start following this journey. So that brings me to like how intelligent is AI and what sorts of AI are is there in the world, right? So artificial and just build the slide quickly so we can talk in the interest of time. First is artificial narrow intelligence. And this is really when we train a technology or we have a product to do just one thing for us. So, chess, the supercomputer we had, it was trained just to play chess. When Amazon works on this algorithm for recommendation, that algorithm can only do recommendation. If you tomorrow go and say, okay, now tell me how to cook a pasta, it's not trained for that. It's trained for one very specific stream of intelligence, one use case only. And so far, most of the artificial intelligence implementations have been here. Hey, I have a can you detect fraud in my payments, right? So e-commerce sites would implement that, or we would have the chatbots, whether it's on the Facebook or it's on commerce, or when Slack now talks to us as an enterprise product. Well, it's trained to have that conversation again based on lots of past patterns. Autonomous car, again, it is way more intelligent than many maybe like just a single recommendation engine. likely because it's doing a lot of signal detection and a lot of interpretation, etc. But it is still only focused on driving a car, right? When we think in terms of human beings, though, our intelligence is sort of wide and varied. And the next quest for all of us is to move towards an area where a land or a time where AI will be generally intelligent. So if given um, a machine, a robot, an algorithm, we can, we can use it for multiple things. So hopefully you are, now familiar. Chat GPT came up around, I think, November, December. It's a pretty powerful chat actually. If you have not played for it, with it, I would ask you to go and try it by OpenAI, and they have hooked up with Google. So literally, you can ask a question, and you get, like, goes through, scans a lot of results, comprehends it, puts it in a nice format, and you get a nice story back. Like, um, there was a story that kids have started using it for writing their essays for homework and for college applications as well. So very powerful. Play with it. Ask any random question, and I think it's getting smarter by the day. So because we are also, the more questions we ask, the more data I'm assuming it goes and scans. So it becomes, it's kind of enhancing its own intelligence. And there are, again, there are algorithms that kind of self-train themselves, so they're leveraging it very well. So it seems like we are sort of, it's not fully general. Like, I can't just say now drive a car for me, but it's just sort of like a, maybe one step in a thousand step journey towards moving in that direction. And again, it's very early, so don't quote me on chat gpt as such. I'm also playing with it and learning where it will take and what it entails. But definitely a very intriguing product that came out around the New Year's, November actually. And then the next stage, where we believe is will be artificial superintelligence, where the machine can likely become better than humans, and more faster, more competent, etc. So that's kind of the stages in which we think in terms of AI. And most of us are, most of the use cases are still very focused on a specific use case, etc. But the idea is to make it sort of like a buddy. So team up with artificial intelligence to solve more complex problems. Robots tend to be in this space where, if you have a robot for home or for a manufacturing industry, then you can ask the robot tons of things, tons of similar things that humans can do, maybe which they do repetitively. Okay, so that is AI. Now AI can be, and there's many branches of AI. So really just think of them as flavors in which I can ask a machine to intelligently solve problems for me, right? So again, going back to first principles, nothing complex here, even though there are lots of words. But machine learning, intuitive. What is machine learning? It is our ability. It is the ability for machine to self-learn. Okay, so I give you tons of data, let's say records for 1 million people, and then machines use algorithms to kind of become intelligent themselves. So for example, in an email, if I say, well, okay, what emails are junk, you and I never sit and tell an email, right, and this is a junk. But the algorithms, it's called supervised learning, they have been able to classify what's junk, what's not junk. They do it for millions of emails, and then the machine becomes intelligent enough to self categorize, or classify is the word, into what is junk, what is not junk, right? So there are different flavors. I've kind of highlighted some purples on, like, some applications. When I look at any technology, my brain goes primarily on what is the use of it. How can how can we use this specific technology to solve a problem for ourselves, for our company, our product, B2C, B2B, doesn't matter, but eventually it's a tool that should help meet some end, right? So what it is in black here, and then some ways of applying it are in here. So email spamming would be one. The Amazon classification of what's a recommendation product, again, could be a supervised learning. Unsupervised learning would be clustering, for example, where we're saying, okay, like, given a set of 1 million people, can you classify or cluster them in different potential different skill groups, right? So that could be, we didn't even tell what skills are. The machine just looks at lots of random dots and then tries to say, okay, these things seemingly go together. So it must be cluster one. This must be cluster two. And a human being comes and says, "Oh yeah, you got it right. Cluster one seems to be designers. Cluster two seems to be engineers. Cluster three seems to be customer support people, etc., etc." So machine learning again, when we train the machines to self-learn and become intelligent, and then reinforcement is sort of like the um, self-driving car. You know, 10 times we tell them this is the wrong direction, they kind of reinforce their own learning. And again, we don't have the time to go in the details for any of them, so I'll just go keep it a little bit, just telling you the whole story, and then we'll see if there's specific questions. Okay, deep learning again, it's advanced field of machine learning used to solve. It's deep, right? So you have multiple layers of learning, not just a single layer. So when I'm looking at a cat, it's sort of like 80,000, different algorithms which will play and tell me, well, it has two eyes, it is wide, it is this shape. It looks like other cats I've seen. It's not a dog. So facial recognition, Alexa, all of them use different flavors of deep learning. Natural language processing is when a machine talks to us, to a human being, understanding the very unstructured way of written and spoken English. These are not Excel tabs or rows and columns, right? So when I am using, like right now, if I talk to Siri, I will send it a plethora of unstructured words that come out of my mouth. Siri will understand it, comprehend it, and then respond back. So it's really the ability of computers to understand what human language is, whether it's spoken or written. And this was a amazing advancement in technology, because now it allows a lot of things to happen. When you're looking at surveys in our companies, engagement surveys or customer surveys, sentiments of the text, which is pretty unstructured, we are able to analyze because of NLP. Again, Siri, Alexa use deep learning, but they are also using NLP in the interaction pieces. So input and output are NLP based. The in-between processing could be deep learning based, right? So quickly, robotics. So, we've all seen different kinds of robots, but when you're creating intelligent and efficient robots, it's using many aspects of machine of AI robotics. One of the robots that came to discussion was Flippy. It acquires new cooking skills by working around human beings, right? So it's a kitchen assistant. Then expert systems is the ability to make decisions like a human expert will, using databases and expert knowledge systems. So often used in medical diagnosis, loan analysis, wherever we have a lot of very specific data to scan, and then use the intelligence hidden in that. We kind of classify that as expert systems. And then fuzzy logic is this concept of kind of degrees of truth, the shades of gray. So normally computers work with Boolean, 0 or 1, is it true or is it false? This one is our ability to kind of understands, well, it's somewhere like 20% right? So vehicle environment control would be like in that bucket. So again, I'm just going to continue on the journey. So AI is very simple: ability for machines to be intelligent, to act like human beings. There are different flavors of it, different degrees of being intelligent. We covered all that, but all of this really starts with data, right? If the more data you have, the more accurate data you have, the more um, model will learn accurately, and hence will be able to help us with future use cases or with similar use cases. But if data is, there's a very almost like an omnipresent saying garbage in, garbage out. So uh, if we don't feed the right data, we will not get the right results, right? So that's clear. Like data is like the key. You cannot without good data, you cannot uh, really expect AI to work the way you expect it. And uh, I will re-emphasize this word, because the journey for operationalizing AI in our companies or in our product starts with collecting and cleaning and assimilating the right data from the right sources for the right use cases. If we don't have it, we will believe we are progressing, but we really will not, because you'll essentially, like, let's say you have a lots of data about dogs, and you, in your algorithm, you believe you are training it to identify cats. It just won't be, because it doesn't know what the cat looks like. I mean, very rudimentary example, but hopefully it drives the message home. Garbage in, garbage out. So almost 70 to 80% of the efforts in a company when they start operationalizing AI tends to be around their data, because you can actually buy a model, you can buy external tools to make this happen, you can have consultants work with you, but if your data is not right, nobody can really make sense out of it, right? So very, very critical. Now, I mean, of all the different flavors of AI, um, they all have their applications, like we talked about. Deep learning is an area which is taking off, again, because it's got high demand. There is a demand is very high for that. And why is the demand high? Because deep learning, when you apply like multiple tiers of intelligence to make sense, for a computer to make sense, like facial recognition by Facebook, it solves or eliminates a lot of human problems, right? So the demand is high to minimize human interaction, primarily to reduce risk and also to make it faster because it's tireless. So this was a demand over decades, if not centuries, intuitively. But and then lately, technological advancements have made it possible. So now we have big data, we have huge storage spaces. Technology has made it possible, and the society is digitized, right? So you and I are wearing our Apple watches, sending signals, like everything, whether it's enterprise space. It's all digitized at this point. We are Companies are moving towards cloud. They are Digital transformation is a thing, and many companies have gone through it, many companies are going through it. So enterprises are creating a lot of data, and of course consumers are creating a lot of data for enterprises to understand them as customers and as employees. So data is available, the first problem. Second is, how do I compute that data? So guess what, we have cloud and we have GPU. So again, technology has come to our rescue and said, okay, give me give me terabytes of data, and I have the computational power to make sense out of it. And then over the years, algorithms are also advancing. So not only can I compute, but the way I compute is also getting faster. The result of this is high demand created the interest in investments, and we delivered on these, all the three aspects of it. And the result of it is that we have now um, algorithms which self-learn, and they're able to extract new feature. This is the technical aspect of deep learning, where the more data I have, the better algorithms I have, the more I compute, I'm able to extract new features. So you thought eyes were the only way of understanding cat, but you know what? The shape also matters, because dogs also have two eyes, right? So things we will not feed the algorithm in the beginning, but the algorithm, after looking at data and really computing different flavors of it, starts understanding and identifying other aspects or dimensions or features within the data that will also make the quality of the algorithm and the output better, right? So and this is happening, think of it almost like a continuous cycle. Now I have this capability, okay, I'll go back and then I'll reuse it. Now from eyes you came to shape. Well, the size also matters, what they eat also matters, where they are from matters, like so many aspects of it. So the computer starts, so that's why this is taking kind of really hitting off. I'm not sure how much time I have, because we started a few minutes, so I'll try to wind up in 5 6 minutes. How does natural language processing work? Um, I talked about it. This is again important, because most of the use cases I'm seeing in enterprises tend to be around NLP. So I thought I'll just quickly cover this. It's important because whether you have employees or you have customers, when you're implementing AI, it'll be great, right? If the computer can not just talk to an Excel but also have human interaction, right? So essentially what it means is the capability of the machine to understand linguistics, like languages, and there are some, there are 4 steps. So algorithms have been built to answer to cater to these, and then embeddables is a algorithm available for NLP, which can again be deployed. So you don't have to build these algorithms yourself. Just understand what they're doing behind the scenes, and then understand the use case that you want to implement with. So for example, here's a use case. Assume whether I build an NLP algorithm or I just buy it, doesn't matter. But here, given an email, I can now just apply it to understand a lot of things. What are the named entities? What was the sentiment? What are the key phrases? This language is English. Now imagine the same thing written in French. I could have used machine again to say, again, identify the phrases, identify the sentiment, and then I have employees, 40% of them in America, 20% of them in France, maybe 10 in India, etc., etc. And they are filling surveys at the end of the year, engagement surveys. Okay, go through that. My HR or my managers do not have to, go through. They don't have to go through all the languages, but machine can also, scan all the multiple languages and bring me a cohesive result in the end. Overall sentiment is so and so. Key themes across the company are so and so, right? So becomes very powerful, and machines do it much faster. There are lots of SaaS use cases to build here. Customer feedback analysis, for example. I mean, language is the unstructured aspects of human communication, right? So customer feedback, employee feedback, any kind of document processing, we can use that. The challenge here a little bit when you apply it is, if I for example, in one of the use cases we are building in Oracle, HR analytics is survey analytics. Now, the more um, if I start feeding customer feedback surveys for products to understand employee engagement, well, you at the superficial level, yeah, you will get the right, you'll get some sentiment, but it will not understand the domain specificity, right? Like, what are the things when employees are giving us feedback, they'll likely talk about a product, a company, the manager, their job, their career path. Those things are strings, will not be available when I'm giving feedback on Amazon. So yeah, I mean, it's feedback, but the context kind of matters and is important quite a bit. And another thing is the computation that we talked about. When I'm operationalizing any of these use cases, I have to be very cognizant in terms of the context I'm applying it to, what is the level of data I'm looking at, and also how complex the use case is, and accordingly apply. So let's just be very quick on a few more examples here. Speed services, another aspect of NLP. Alexa uses it. We are using chatbots. Our customer service chatbots use it, for example. Many companies are doing it. So it's like really looking at this unstructured speech to give some output. Otter.ai, great tool to convert speech into text if you want to use it. Again, more use cases: call center analytics, media search and discovery can use it. Conversational experiences like Siri, etc., or chatbots with for customer success can use it. So again, machine learning and AI basically are computers becoming intelligent like humans. There are different speeds, right? General intelligence from specific intelligence. We talked about the fact that AI has lots of different applications. Deep learning is kicking off, NLP is hitting off. The bottom line is technology is pretty advanced at this stage. There's a lot available off the shelf. The key thing though is your data for your product and your company is what you need to. You're the only one who can bring that to life, right? So when I think in terms of operationalizing, I don't just think in terms of which algorithm and what problem. I try to simulate what the use case is. What is the problem my team is solving? What is the problem our customers are solving? Or what is the problem our product needs to solve for our customers next? Then we look around and see, okay, what category is it? And what kind of algorithms can I leverage? And then we try to operationalize it for now. So focus is really on the need, whether it's in whatever. If you're a B2C company, then your customers need. B2B company, then whoever your customer is directly. If you're focusing on internals, then your employee needs, or your, what is the need? What is the use case? Technology, likelihood is that it exists, like chat gpt I mentioned, and a lot more available. If it doesn't exist, you can build it, but that's still secondary, unless you're a platform company, of course. I mean, if you're just focusing on algorithm, the next new algorithm which will be the best self-driving car, that's a separate story. I'm more focused on applications of technology and understanding technology to apply it for the right use case at the right time, the right way. And then I would say, when you're trying to operationalize AI, then identify activities in your organization that you can automate using AI. So, AI is not just like a completely, today I will start an AI project for my product, or today I will just, create a new organization who will only focus on AI. AI is a culture. You've got to start thinking in terms of teaming up with computers. Where can I leverage which algorithm to make things stronger for me and my customer and my employees? So identify low-hanging areas where AI can be useful, then classify them into short-term quick wins to really create the culture, and a long-term initiative which will likely take longer term. And this is true for whether it's a product or a company. Think in short and long terms, and then build a portfolio. And then even the organization structure, it's not like it's ideal that it's kind of spread through. So in my team, everybody has either gone through an AI training or is building an AI product. They might be in different levels of maturity of understanding AI. The product It doesn't mean that every single aspect of the product has an AI algorithm embedded in it. So again, company culture or product basis, it's part of the fabric, and the fabric will have different maturity, but we tend to we have to kind of clear all charms. Otherwise, it'll become a standalone thing. Three people are doing in a company on a only specific use case in the product, and it'll never become part of that product or that team or that organization. The SaaS product. So, I thought I'll leave you with specific examples on how you operationalize it, given all that all this overview. So, I would start with some quick wins. Whatever they might be for your product or your company, whichever aspect you're thinking right now. So I adapt some off the shelf self solutions which have low investment, and expose all employees or all your team members building the product on that on AI, so that they start playing. I mean, if nothing, okay, start playing with Siri, start playing with chat GPT, start like understanding how AI is around you, literally every aspect of it. There are some examples, you may have others. And then also pick up a long-term project where you start researching. And remember, the autonomous vehicle took like longer, multiple pivots and multiple, uh, you know, fail fast and restarts and pivots and all that stuff. So um, choose one project, maybe three. We try to do three for our product here, and we start like, what is the data, what is the use case, where can I fetch the data, let's start playing, building some algorithms, let's pick up something from off the shelf and then tweak it for our use cases, let's feed different data and see what we learn. And the fact is, of the three algorithms, if one of them become a final product, then we are happy, because sometimes data is not available, sometimes algorithms are not yet robust, and unfortunately sometimes the use case is not yet fully fleshed out either, right? So with that, I am going to end, and I hope that was for all of you.
Thank you so much, Manisha. Sorry, we had to cut it a little bit early due to the time, but I think you got a lot of great insight. I did, at least. So I appreciate you sharing that with us.
I'm glad, and so sorry again, something happened, but I hope it was useful for the audience today. Thanks a lot for
No
having me.
worries at all. Yeah, no, absolutely. So let me ask you before I let you go, where can people connect with you? Is it Twitter, LinkedIn, email? What do you prefer?
LinkedIn is best. I yeah, I put my LinkedIn profile there. You can share it also with them, but yeah, LinkedIn. I used to work at LinkedIn. I'm still a big fan of LinkedIn.
Awesome. Yeah, it's a great platform. So great way to connect with people, especially during these types of events. So I appreciate you. It doesn't look like we have any questions that have come in yet, so we might stick around for another minute before I let you go. One question that I do have for you that I've been asking all the speakers is like, what predictions do you have for 2023 in your space?
In my space, well, my specific space is HR analytics or people analytics. My prediction is that it will become much more mainstream. So today, it's again, everything in AI is expanding, right? So where we are focusing on right now is solving critical use cases where leaders and managers will be able to understand the investments in their workforce much better, so that they can hire, retire, or sort of grow their workforce. Because okay, I can go on and on in my specific space. Like 70% of your OPEX is workforce cost, and you want to understand it. I think on an individual journey, AI is almost becoming like very pervasive to everything we do. I'm pretty like, I say intrigued with Chat GPT. If you ask me,
Yeah,
Javy, it's like you just go and ask a question, and like literally random
fascinating.
questions, right? Yeah, I mean,
It's
I
like
study
Google
some Indian.
search on steroids.
Oh, absolutely. And so I was searching for like, there are like Bhagavad Gita. It's a book I read. It's an Indian scripture. And I mean, it like literally, because it's able to connect with Google, it answers like mind blowing questions. The quality of the question is not yet like, if you talk to a
Yeah,
scholar about that topic, of course they will know that. But it's an amazing start, definitely. So
yeah,
I think we'll
it's
see
fascinating.
more
I
of
mean, I
that.
definitely have been jumping on the train in regards to just kind of embracing it, because people are fighting it and then there's people that are embracing it. I think the most fascinating part is like, I mean, I'm trying to trying to explain that to someone is really difficult. Like, you know, in the sense that like you literally just type in, you don't have to go searching for the answers. I mean, it doesn't give you 100% accuracy or like exactly what you need, but I mean, it's like I put something in within like 14 seconds, I get like a whole response back. And, you know, whether I'm a marketer, so, you know, whether it's some sort of like blog outline or, you know, social media posts, like it's definitely going to change the landscape of businesses a lot, I believe. I think what I've started noticing is just like you said, if you put in garbage, you're going to get out garbage, right? So it's just like, if you don't ask the right questions or you just ask too much of generic question, it's going to give you a very generic, broad answer. So you have to be
Yeah.
very specific about, you know,
Actually,
the things that you ask.
yeah, I'll just leave you with that. You brought up a very good point, JV. So there was, I'm forgetting the name of it, but like a few years back, a chatbot was developed, and two instances of that were deployed. One was in China and one was in America, I believe. And the same algorithm, because the kind of questions I guess the two places were asking. One was very respectful and catering to you in a nice manner and responding. The other was literally using abusive languages because I mean, for them, it's just a term, right? So how you use it is again the data that we feed it, not just the questions, but the conversational aspects of it. So whatever we fed, same algorithm deployed in two different places, used differently, started giving a very good result and a very bad result. So that's again like
Wow.
how you train your machine is up to us. So yeah, I would say instead
Yep.
of questioning the technology, embrace it and then use it the right way.
Yeah, no, I definitely think I mean, businesses will be moving forward a lot this year. I feel like the next 12 to 18 months, a lot of businesses will revolutionize the way they're doing business, conducting business, and using technology like this to embrace the change that's coming. Because, I mean, I'm only 31, but I feel like ChatGPT already has done more, like, I don't want to use the word damage, but more impact in like from a technology standpoint. I mean, I always thought the cell phone was like the greatest world's greatest technology, but now this Chat GPT has the potential to overtake that very quickly.
It does, and I think it'll open up more avenues and more ideas. I mean, actually, Google had that, right? The Sentinel AI algorithm, which uh, they are going to resurface up again. I was reading about that. So um, they'll go. This technology is not new. It's just that we are seeing a few things surface up, which were kind of under the covers. So it's just a start, um,
Definitely.
Javi.
It's definitely more mainstream for sure. Definitely not new, but definitely more mainstream for sure.
Yeah,
So,
that's a good way
well,
of saying it. Yeah.
thank you so much for your time and having that conversation with me. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of the day, and thank you for getting up early to join us. So I really appreciate your time, and I hope you have an awesome and successful year.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. Take care now.
Have a good one. Bye-bye. What's up, everybody? So that was Manisha Gupta. I'm really excited to announce our next speaker for the morning session. He is our last speaker. Reza, how's it going?
Good, pretty good. Hi, JB.
Can you hear me okay?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So I will
Yeah,
introduce you real quickly or your topic, and then I can kind of like give you the mic, take over if you want to introduce yourself and go into your presentation and maybe leave the last 5 minutes or so for a Q&A. Oh, I think you might have froze on us, Reza.
Yes, it looks like it's froze, yeah.
If you want to go out and come back in, and then I can I'll kind of introduce you real quickly while you do that. So Reza will be talking about boosting personalization in SaaS using machine learning. He is a software engineer manager over at the products division of Dropbox. So we're really excited about having him back. Okay, you're back. I see you. Can you hear me?
Hi.
Awesome.
Yes, hi, JB, yeah.
How's it going?
Pretty good, good.
Cool.
Yourself?
Thank you for joining us this morning. I really appreciate it. I just introduced your topic, so if you'd like to kind of take over the mic and introduce yourself, and then leave maybe the last 5 minutes or so for Q&A for the audience.
Absolutely, yeah. Could
Awesome.
you see my my screen, the presentation?
Yes, I can see it. Do you mind making it full screen for us?
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. That's good. Awesome. Thank you very much. I'm going to step back now.
Thank you very much, Javy. And hello, everyone. Fox working on the personalization AI product. And today, I will talk about boosting personalization in SaaS using machine learning. And I'm here with you, and during this potential in different areas of the SaaS. But today, I'm mainly focusing on the area that I'm working. It's a personalization and how we.
Reza, I'm sorry to interrupt. So it's a little choppy and we can't really hear you. Just wanted to let you know.
Let me. Can you hear me right now?
It sounds pretty distant.
What about now? Is it better or no?
And your camera's also frozen, just to let you know. It might be a connection problem, not an actual mic, an audio problem.
Okay. Let me connect again. Yeah. Let me reconnect.
So it might be that it looks like every time you go on, when you share your screen, it looks like your camera freezes. So maybe if you want to go off the video, that will help a little bit.
Okay, let me turn off the video. Maybe saving on the bandwidth.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds better already.
What about now? Is it better?
Yes. Well, the screen's not coming up yet, but there we go. Okay.
What about my
That looks good.
quality?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I can hear you better and I can see. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's
Sorry about that.
better. No worries. Yeah, just let me know about that. Sorry about the kind of logistics. Okay, cool. So try to focus on the 4 high-level content. The first one, I try to review fundamental of the SaaS to know what SaaS is and what the general strategy. ARM funnel, or the pirate funnel. It's a famous funnel that usually studies the consumer problem, SaaS, and different technology. And in the third part of cases to achieve this goal. And short talk about the personalization. So what is SaaS, or software as a service? SaaS is a kind of the business model that the distribution of software and they follow for the monetization. They usually use the subscription model. Two main difference with the traditional software, that in the software, it has the one-time or that from the But in SaaS, you get all the services that you want in the cloud in a way that is scalable and you can use it, anywhere that you want, like. The other, it's ubiquitous. Any look previous one that was usually in the single PC. So, and there are many global SaaS companies in the world in the different business segment and domains. For example, my company Dropbox is working on their file sharing systems and their workflow optimization. We have Google also working in different domains. We have Salesforce, one of the big SaaS providers in the domain that work into business to business and different domain for the customers. We have also, you can think about the social networks like Netflix, which is the video streaming platform or video streaming as a service. And many others in the different segments. In all of the SaaS companies, one of the key strategy that usually they follow is that they try to sell the products and the customers in a in a good way that increase the the capital of the company and also the connection with the customers. So they usually follow the kind of the SaaS bundling or product bundling. And it's usually very helpful and very useful that when you working with the SMB or small or medium businesses that they don't have the capability to have many of these resources in-house, and they buy those bundles, the product bundles, and use it in their own to solve their own business problem in a much more optimized and much more economical way. As an example, if I want to say, for example, in Dropbox, we have the different plans for the individual teams, and based on that they get the different services and the product on top of that to make sure they running their business efficiently. And also we have the Microsoft 365, for example, Office that they provided, and the G Suite for the Google related to this case. So yeah, this is high level, what is SaaS and how they achieve and connect to the market to have the good go-to-market strategy. Let's get some intuition about the numbers in SaaS domain and SaaS segment to get more sense about what are the challenges and opportunity in this area. So one area that I wanted to talk about the market cap and the capitalization that we can have in the SaaS. So the SaaS market is by 2023. It's about $200 billion. It has the market value. And the global SaaS industry revenue is expected to reach more than $700 billion by 2028. And globally, we have about 11,000 SaaS companies running around the globe. So that looks at lots of great opportunity that convert, and digitize the business and provide them as fundamental work as the service for the different people in this domain. So that's a lots of opportunity in this domain. And reviewing some of the important key indicator of the SaaS to make sure that we have the successful SaaS company, I want to share you a couple of insight about the SaaS. For example, if we want to have the good SaaS company, the average churn should be roughly about 3 to 8% in general, to make sure the customer not going to churn and drop the service. And in many of the SaaS companies, about the 64% find that the customer experience are more important than the price. So it is very important to provide a very good and seamless service for our customers in that domain. And customers is the first person that you should focusing on the technology and how we can solve their problems. And once the customers have the negative reaction and churn, it's very hard to return back them to the service. It's about the 58%, or roughly 60% of them won't bother going back to that company. So that gives us the insight that one of the key indicators that we should be focusing on that to make the very happy customers, low churn rate. This how the growth may be good, but considering the churn is one of the other indicators that we should follow. So you may have a good growing SaaS company, but not good churn, with a bad churn. So that could be dangerous. So we should also take action on that.
Hey
So
Reza, sorry to interrupt. It's sounding great and all. If you want to turn your camera back on, that's completely fine. If not, you can keep going. But I just wanted to let you know because it was lagging, but it looks like it's working. Everything's fine now. So.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Just let me know about that if I need to save the bandwidth and switch back to the speech kind of the work. Okay. Cool. Thank you, Javy. And yeah, so understanding customer needs is the key success in the SaaS based on their insight and the result that I shared with you. And it's almost common in all the SaaS businesses that you want to run. So now let's look at them more deeper and find one good framework to look at the customer's problem in the SaaS. So I want to look at this problem using the R funnel. This is very famous in the web industry. It has the 5 different layers. Sometimes people call it the pirate, framework, something like the voice that the pirate generated, like the R. So yeah, this is in the first 2 level, we are focusing on the acquisition and activation. In the third, retention, fourth, referral, and the revenue. And if you want to see that once customer enter to the funnel, what sort of the problem, I just summarized a couple of generic problems that you can see in the different levels. For example, when we want to do the acquisition, which is also very important for the SaaS, is to understand why someone is coming to the SaaS company website and how they find us. And once they enter to our website or our service, what could be the best plan for them when they want to log into our service and when they want to log out from our service. In activation part, sorry. Sorry. How do we reveal the relevant features for the user? So once the user is activated, by initial interaction that they've done with the website, what could be the best solution for the customer that we can recommend and help him? Or what sort of the workflow, if we have, we could recommend to the customers. And in retention phase, we want to make sure the customers are happy and return back, and we retain the customer and they visit us more frequently. What should we do to increase that retention? And one of the way is that to connect with them, with the email notification kind of things. And how can we make it more suitable and sweet for them, or have the personalizing them for the customers? And once they connect with us and work with us, are they like us? Are they work with the other peoples? Are they going to refer us to the other customers? How are they going to behave? And finally, by all these activities, what is the is our service worth it? And what is the business monetization we get from the customer activity, from the subscription, from the interaction of the users? And if the pricing, packaging is good, is it fair? That kind of questions. So by looking that funnel and investigating the customer needs and customer problems, we understand and we know that the solution is rely on the 2 main learning and understanding. The one is that the one here is the intent understanding, is what is the intent of our customers when they want to use us? What do they actually they want to they ended up to working with us? And the other is that once we engage with our product, what sort of content, if they're creating content, for example, in Dropbox, they're creating lots of content in there, or content generation or content using, like for example, Netflix, people are using, watching the contents. And also the product usage, how they use the different product that we have, how they use this slideshow, how they use in the Word. By understanding this, the kind of activity users that done in these 2 different areas, the personalization engineers work and try to make it personalized for the customers. So in a very simple definition, I define the personalization as by understanding customer intent and customer content and product usage, try to improve the customer experience. This is one definition that is very popular use that. And I also once one other more narrative kind of the definition of the personalization by David Weinberger, who is the one of the author and technologists, talk about the personalization. In his point, personalization is the automatic tailoring of sites and messages to the individuals viewing them, so that we can feel that somewhere else there is a piece of software that loves us for who we are. So that's the agent there that try to understand us and have the empathy and connection with us to solve our problem. This is the one nice way of defining personalization. And yeah, so we understand that by now that the personalization is the key and one of the key pillars in the strategy that we should consider in any SaaS company to have a automated way to the customer focus. So I wanted to give you the very high level 100K view of the personalization engine, and then go a little bit deeper inside that, for my purpose of talk. So we have the one personalization engines, and the query comes from the different, part of the business related to the customer's product. And at the end, we just produce some recipes, tables, some results related to those questions. So for example, once the customers enter and use our services, what is the best plan that we can have? For example, based on the data usage that they have, is it the basic plan, individual plan is good, or what is the size of the plan? Maybe from the storage kind of thing they need, or what sort of the product they may involve. Do they using lots of video, PDF, and what kind of things we can recommend and bundle for him or her for that purpose? So that solution comes to the personalized SaaS plan. And other question is that, okay, once the users connected to our website, web page, everything is on the web and the mobile, how we can make the GUI more personalized as suite for the customers in a way that the usage that the customers is using. So sorry. And for that one, we're going to do the personalized GUI. As an example, you can see that many of the web companies like the Uber, like DoorDash, they have the personalized rendering and what you like from the content and from the features that you will see. So that is also very important that then that increase the personalization and also the customer experience high. And the other is related about the once the customer is using the content, what could we recommend as a content to the customers? Think about the Netflix, the recommendation engine, or you can think about the Amazon, the user, what going to recommend to you after your bout and the wish list and kind of things. And finally, one of the most important also question is that usually it happens in SaaS, is that what is the personalized lifelong total value for the customers? So one of the key metrics that the SaaS company should follow is the lifelong total value of the customers. And by knowing the interaction of the customers, what is the prediction and the lifetime value of the customers? And based on that, they can do the strategic planning and focus on the different sectors. So this is something that the personalization engine could work and return back to, the answers and provide a personalized solution. So this is the core of the personalization, but how it works. We can think about the personalization in 4 levels. The first one is the very naive and immediate solution, is that just let's focus on the solution that works for many of the people, or one-fit-all solution. Usually this is a very, simple, quick, you can do that. But the main problem is that it may have a high churn. It's not, fully personalized based on the customer need. And the second level of the personalization engine happens that many companies are using the rule-based or heuristic by defining the personas for different customers, for different, target audience that they define based on demography, geography, psychography information to recommend a solution. And usually that needs some business knowledge in that domain to create those rule-based system for the creating that personalization. And the third level is I call it one-to-some, or user item feature similarities, that the main machine learning role start from here. So by understanding user interaction with their products, user similarities, and also the understanding the different interaction with the features, bundles, scores, they try to have the personalized scores for the customer. So that happens based on the general interaction of the users for the product, and we have the level 3 of the personalization. And the level 4 of the personalization, I call it one-to-one or fully personalized. It's just based on your activity. And the model is totally trained based on your activity. You can think about it as an example of your smart keyboard on a mobile. It has just initially some initial solution, but once you enter your words, your sentences, the style that you're writing the different sentences, it's going to be trained by your words and make it more fully personalized. So level 4 is just, we go in the end and you just totally personalize for your action. And usually that level is have the high price, if you want to run it. And the other thing sometimes had some produce some privacy issue problem. So it depends on the industry how it works, but many of the industry working the level 3, if I want to say, depending on the situation. Yeah. So let's see and review some of the high level and generic use cases in SaaS that you can think about that and maybe apply into your business. Or if you already applied, you can extend it more. As I talked initially, that one of the best things is to have the personalized SaaS plans that, once the customer entered, what could be the best bundle for the customer to use that. And the other thing is one of the most important problems, the personalized search. So based on the content that the user created, shared, viewed in the SaaS domain, the personalization engine to provide the search result personalized based on the customer's previous history and customer need and intent. You can think about that, for example, the document search that you have in the Google, in the Dropbox, or the video search that you may have in the Netflix, as an example. And personalized content ranking is that one level on top of the search, in a way that, based on your history interaction with the website, the recommendation engine tries to recommend the results that are closer to your need without doing any search. So by that one, you're going to just, without doing search, give you the right target for you to focus. For example, that happens a lot in the movie recommendation, feature product recommendation you see in the Amazon. And if you just give you some good number, that roughly about the 30% of the Amazon mainstream revenue comes from the recommendation in different formats and different channels, that they have for the customer. So this is also one of the key important area to focus. Sorry. And the fourth one is about the personalized marketing, that how we can run the personalized and optimize the campaign for targeting users. That could be related to the ad, if also we have the monetization ad as a monetization engine, or also the services that you provided for our customers. So this is the personalized marketing campaign that could be done. And personalized lifetime value, I just talked about that, why this metric is very critical for the company. And by knowing that we have the prediction of the users using what sort of the value user is going to create for the company, and we try to proactively connect with the customer and try to solve the problem. This happens. And personalized GUI rendering, that by reordering and rendering of the functionality and the widgets. And personalized messaging, in many cases, that when the campaigns are running, or many of the prompt campaigns or prompt notes that you see, the message are very comes from the generic point of view. But by understanding how the customers interacted with the web service, no more pain point of that, or more strong point that they have, we try to format that message in a way that customers feel that's much more personalized based on their behavior and exactly looking for their needs. So this is also one way that the machine learning could understand and frame and craft a personalized message for the customers when we're shooting any campaign or in a marketing campaign for the users. And the same is personalized promotions that based on the user behavior and how they're sensitive or different criteria. For example, some users are sensitive to the price, how we can find them and target them for the promotions and ask them for more involvement in our services. And the other thing that I wanted to talk is also important is the personalized churn score. When the customer may wants to leave the company and leave the SaaS service, how we can proactively reach those customers, understand the problems, and try to make sure they're engaged with our product. So these are the very high level and generic SaaS use cases in the domain of the personalization, and you can think about it more. And in a high level, to just give you the very high level personalized architecture that works in this domain. And I use the general two-phase general architecture, but based on the complexity of some models and the pipelines, you can make it simpler and make it more optimized for the different use cases. And this kind of architecture could work in the batch mode or the real-time mode, based on the use cases that you may have. And I want you to point you to the very interesting talk by the Facebook AI about talking about the personalization at scale and challenges. That the talk is clearly described this architecture in a more detail if you want to have a deeper understanding in that. But I wanted to quickly overview to get a sense about how it works in general. So the personalization engine comes, the input is the query, the question that you have there. For example, what is the interest score of user I to the product or item? You want to get the scores and get the tables that shows all the scores for the customers. And at the end, you will get the result. But the personalization engine uses two main information and to do this sort of the analysis. One is we call it usually very common thing, the feature stores. Feature stores usually contains the statistical information and ML generated feature related to the users and product, in our domain. And the product and item store is also information about the product and interaction with the product, that how users are behaving. And by combining these two and running the machine learning inferencing, it tries to solve the problem. So this is a little bit more elaborating more detail about this architecture. That once we face that for the solution for the customer, we may have many results. For example, many items match with the user need. So in that case, to reduce the complexity of the work, it has one phase, adding the candidate generation, that we tried from the 100,000 of the items that may match for that query to reduce it to the 1K candidate. So it's one phase that try to do the reduction on that phase. And usually in machine learning, people call it, you have the high recall. So we want to not miss the correct items, but it should be the small number of the items. But once we have the short number of candidates, that we may just remove that phase and initially directly go to the second phase, which is the ranking and scoring. And based on the solution that we find, we try to rank them if it's matched with the query and with the need. And the machine learning is produced the score, and based on the score, we decide what to show to the customer. And these two, as I mentioned, is leveraging the feature store, item product store, and do the inferencing machine learning by this interaction. And at the end, sometimes, once we ended up with the solution for the customer, there's some business logic and the constraint that we should apply. For example, this customer setup that not get 2 email per week. So should we send it to that customer or not? So that some kind of the business logic will be applied to filter out some result. And at the end, the items will be, showed or, connected to the users and, as a solution and the remedy for the user. And this loop, is a feedback loop that by collecting the impression logs, how customers liked our solution, it's going to, again, to produce the feature store, connected with the feature computation, and then provide the information of feature store, and this feedback loop is working in that case. So just give the high level ideas. And in many of these detail, I don't want to go in the deep dive on that, and I don't have enough time on that, also on that. That many of the deep learning techniques, two-tower techniques, many things, is going to be used, and many of the NLP technique could be used in these different phases of this high-level architecture. Yeah, so this is wanted to give you the sense about how the personalization engine may work in general. And now here, sorry. About Dropbox, I think I have a couple of minutes to do the advertisement for the company, for myself. Yeah, I'm working Dropbox, as I mentioned. So our mission is that to, as a company, to have more enlightened way of working. And today we are working to develop the product that reduce the busy work for you, and you focus more on what matters for your business. As you know, Dropbox has the sorry, and Dropbox has about the 700 million registered users globally, and we have about the 800 billion piece of content, in our data centers and our clouds. And we have about the 17 million paying users, and 80% of them are using for work and the business. And we have a bunch of product related to that domain to solve our customers' problem. For example, we have the main Dropbox as the file sharing service. We have the Dropbox Sign for signature, and doing the contract, if you can do that. We have the Dropbox Shop to sharing your content, digital content, and sell it. We have the docs and the analytics on the documents, and also capture and replay for the video creation and the video editing if you are working in that domain, and the backup and transfer. So at Dropbox, as I mentioned, we have almost in all the areas that we work on the personalization, as one of our main mission is to provide more and better connection with the customer, try to understand their problems, and provide them more personalized and the sweet solution for them in the work. Just a couple of key takeaways from that is that keeping customer happy is one of the key success and important key success in SaaS, and we should take and pay attention much more on the churn score, as I mentioned. We need to automate the process of connecting and serving our customers for better customer experience. And personalization is the key pillar to improve customer experience in that domain and many of the business domains, I believe. And machine learning is one of the main suspect and main enabler to achieve personalization at scale in SaaS. And I think I'm done with the presentation, and thank you very much for paying attention and watching the video stream.
Reza, that was awesome. I really got a kick out of all the I come from a growth marketing background, so the funnel personalization was something that was my jam for sure. So I really enjoyed the candid advice and just insight that you brought, especially from such a big company like Dropbox. Because I mean, personalization at an early stage startup, and thinking about the funnel with 100 or 1,000 people is completely different than like 1 million or 10 million, let alone tens of millions of customers. So it's really cool what y'all are doing. Really good information. Let's open up the floor for some questions here at the end. But while we wait for them to come in, I have a few questions for you. First off, where can people connect with you? Twitter, LinkedIn, email? What do you prefer?
I think LinkedIn. I'm so active on LinkedIn, and a little bit on Twitter, but I think LinkedIn is the best channel to connect to me. Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, cool. So we'll make sure to add that information in. As far as, personally, like for you personally, or like personally with business wise, like for you within Dropbox, what predictions do you have for 2023 for your space and kind of, um, personal thing, some tactic or strategy? I mean, what predictions can you come up with for 2023 that you have for you?
I think this is my personal idea. I understand from the market. Just in SaaS, just give you some insight about that. There's a rule of 40 that the percentage of the growth and the percent of the profit should be more than 40 number 40, the absolute number. So I see that
Okay.
this high level. So I see this considering current macroeconomy and the global economy that's getting down. The main focus is to make sure that the churn is, because the growth is getting harder. As you see, that many of the big players in the SaaS also have some some alignment in the budget that they have. So the focusing on to make customer happy is get more weight, and churn rate should be reduced, to be in a good rate, to make sure that whatever customer we have, we make sure we make them happy. Because as I mentioned in the inside, that once people just left us, they will never return back. 60% they will don't bother to look at the SaaS domain. So I think that personalization get much more emphasized, especially focusing in that domain to make sure that the customer experience is much more improved and much more better in that domain. And you can see that many of the SaaS company right now, I think Microsoft also mentioned that they could have the chat GPT also on the portfolio. So looks like they're also focusing in that direction to make more automation of the channel for the customers, satisfaction, personalization kind of things. So yeah, I think personally see that in the 23 in SaaS business.
That's really interesting, because I'm here in Dallas, Texas, and I run an accelerator for early stage startups. And something that, coming from a growth, I'm a very scrappy marketer, you can call it that if you want. And one thing that, as marketers, our big thing with the funnel is like conversion rate optimization and CRO. So I kind of took that concept and flipped it, because one thing that I've been talking to a lot of the founders and startups is that, like, in our case, it costs you more to bring in a new customer than it is to nurture a customer that's already within your funnel. So if you have a bunch of a lot of churn, instead of trying to focus on bringing in more customers that are going to churn, why don't we focus on like churn rate optimization instead of conversion rate optimization, right? So I think that's key, especially as like funding money is getting more difficult to come across. It's getting more competitive. A lot of companies and investors are looking into like growth, and not just like growth by acquisition, if you want to call it that. So I think churn rate optimization is going to be key in 2023, because I don't remember the exact numbers, and I know it's different per industry, but if you compare like what it costs you to bring in a new user versus the cost of nurturing a current user to become a converted purchase or converted buyer, it's a lot. I mean, the difference is massive, and at scale that could be the difference between staying alive and not.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you. Just give you some empirical rules that has the LTV of the customers should be 3 times more at least of the CAC, customer acquisition cost. So to make sure the SaaS operating in a healthy way, So that kind of the playing metric, make sure, I think, considering the economy, as you mentioned, the churn could be, one focus area that make sure that your current customers are very happy and we just engage with them more. Yeah, absolutely.
So one thing just for the people that might not be familiar. So what Reza was talking about is like if your customer acquisition is $1 per se, let's just make it easy. We want the lifetime value of your customer to be $3, right? So 3-to-1 ratio. Is that what you're speaking about? Correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a rule that more than 3 times. I can refer you. Actually, there's a very nice talk about the SaaS metrics. If you Google it, you can find it. Talking about
Okay.
on that, it's talking about the fundamental rules on the SaaS that we should monitor it as the high-level metrics and the North Star metrics to make sure our SaaS metrics are healthy. In a way of the operation.
So it doesn't look like we have any questions that came in, but I do have one last question for you that it's more curious about. I know some of the bigger companies have started doing this a lot more, but like this dynamic personalization, are y'all doing anything like that?
What do you mean about dynamic personalization?
So for example, I'm trying to think of the last example that I saw. So there's a big bank and they're based out of Dallas. So I was on their website and like it was personalized to me, like the way that like the content that was on the website. So it was very like dynamic content type. I guess personalization. Like I'm trying to think. Yeah, so like it was just a bank and I went in there and there was like the Dallas skyline, but then I've been on that same bank in a different city and it gave me like that city's background stuff and content for that city. Have you heard
Yeah,
of
yeah.
that or
I think I
is that
got your point. We call it as a personalization. We have also a couple of products in the collection that based on content that they generated in the Dropbox, try to make a good collection, good naming, and also good kind of clustering for you to have a better connection with it. Yeah, we have kind of similar products, but everything is we have somehow in the umbrella of the personalization and the machine learning kind of things. Yeah.
awesome? Well, I really appreciate you taking the conversation with me afterwards and answering those questions for me. I think you might have just convinced me to go back to Dropbox. I am a victim of that 60%, I will say. But I still use it. Just not as much as I used to. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to what y'all are rolling out this year. I mean, I hope to connect with you offline and just continue that conversation as well. You brought some really amazing insights. So thank you so much for joining us. And I don't know if you have any last parting words for our audience.
No, I think looks like I'm the last one, and the next is a break. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we are in the west coast, so it's 8 o'clock, 8:15. So going to drop. I'm going to drop my kids to the school. Yeah.
Yeah, it's early, so I appreciate you joining early with us.
It was very
It was awesome. So thank you so much, Reza. I hope you have a great rest of the day, and best of luck this year, and wishing you lots of success.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you. It was a very nice conversation with you, and best of luck for this year. And talk to you. Yeah.
Absolutely. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Awesome. What's up, everybody? So we just ended the morning portion of our virtual summit. We will be taking a 30-minute break. It looks like 35-minute break. So if you have some time, go for a walk, grab some coffee, go to the restroom. We'll be back in about 30 to 35 minutes, and we will be back with our three last speakers. Visa Sethi, who will be leveraging AI for boosting your SaaS product ROIs. We have Catherine Brinkman, communicating beyond the zeros and ones. And our last speaker of the day is Bose Berdner. He will be talking about building scalable SaaS product portfolios, and have some last parting words from the co-founder of Glorium Technologies, Dimitri. So thank you all for joining us for the morning portion of this virtual summit again. I am Javy Martinez, and I will be back this afternoon. Have a great one. What's up, everybody? We are here for the afternoon portion of it, the virtual summit boosting products with new technology. I am Javy Martinez. I'm sorry, we are experiencing some speaker technical difficulties with the platform. So if you can hold off for a few more minutes as we get our next speaker, Vishal Sethi, up to speak. He will be talking about leveraging AI for boosting your SaaS products for business and product ROI. So I will be back here in a few minutes. Just wanted to inform everyone that we are having some technical difficulties and we are working to get the speaker up and going. So thank y'all. If y'all need to take a quick break, we will be, never mind. It looks like we got our speaker working and he is connected. He will be joining me on stage here shortly. So I forget everything I just said. Sal, how's it going? Can you hear me okay? I don't think I can hear you. Can you hear me? It looks like your mic is not working. While we get Visal's mic up, I will go over a little bit of his topics today. So he'll be talking about how to create AI SaaS products, integrating AI into existing SaaS products, role of machine learning in transforming the SaaS ecosystem, and leveraging machine learning as a service. So whenever you are ready and can hear us, Visal, the floor is all yours. Can you at least hear me, Visal? Could just be I cannot hear you. No, I cannot. Could be just a mic setting. Okay, it looks like we are experiencing some speaker difficulty. I apologize.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, awesome. So let's go live. I just switched my laptop. I don't know what was going on, Javy, but seems
How's it
like we're
going?
fine now, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Are
not
you going to
much.
be sharing a screen?
Yeah, right in a second.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure to see. But we got the mic working. I can hear you. You can hear me. So whenever you're ready to present, if you don't mind putting your presentation in full screen mode so the audience can see it as well. And I will let you
Sure
take over
thing.
the mic.
All right. Is it all good? The presentation look good?
Yeah, can you make it make it full size? Because it looks a little bit small right now.
I did made it full size. Let me double check. So when I do the slideshow, do you
can
see
just
it full
click.
or no?
Yeah, you can just click from the beginning on the top left, right under File.
Sure. It is what I'm doing. Let me do it again. Once again. Window. All right. From beginning. How about now?
It's still the same.
What is that? I'm sharing the window, Javy. Is window okay?
Yeah. So can you make it like the play slideshow so we can all see it, like bigger? Because it looks really small right now.
I did it. So when I'm sharing, should I share the entire screen maybe?
Yeah, maybe
That'll help.
that could help.
How about now?
1 second. There we go. Perfect. That's it. I will be stepping back now. The floor is yours.
All right. Hey guys, I hope you can hear me okay. I'm sorry about the trouble. So given the limited window of time, I'm going to get going right into the presentation. So today I'll speak about a few topics, including building an AI product and embedding artificial intelligence in your SaaS ecosystem to drive value. And I'm also going to throw some light on what is it different when it comes to building an AI product, and what is the role of machine learning when you think through your SaaS business and product performances. What difference machine learning can make and what value can it drive? A very quick introduction about myself: 20 years in the industry as a product leader, angel investor, technology evangelist, and a startup mentor. And over a couple of decades of these experiences, I've brought several products to life. And I'm hopefully today I'll be able to share some meaningful and purposeful insights for you all to carry back home and benefit from, no matter what you might be. If you're a startup founder or happen to be in a corporate position driving products, leading portfolio products, hopefully my insights will help you. I do, deliver keynote speeches and several C-level summits, and got into the Masters of Data Science, the first ever academic program that came to industry about 10 years back. And I do follow a meditation practice called heartfulness. Now, the goal of, just to set the expectations very clear, the goal of today's talk is to inspire and inform product leaders. And I'm going to share insights on several ideas and methodologies and technologies that takes it to build a great AI product. And I'm going to simultaneously stream these theories and citing examples so that you could really take actionable, sort of insights home with yourself. Now, thinking of AI, let's get
Vizal, sorry to interrupt. Your screen is dark. I don't know if you want to turn on your camera. Just wanted to let the moderators were asking for me to let you know.
because
The presentation was fine. No, the presentation was fine. Just your screen is black. It looks like the camera might be off.
Yeah, it seems like some problem. Javy, I think I'm gonna get going with this way if you don't mind.
No problem. No problem.
Okay, thanks. And do sir, I do apologize for you not being able to see me. It seems to be some camera issue, but in interest of time and value, I'm going to keep going here. So let's get some inspiration for ourselves. Thinking of AI startup, if you check out Crunchbase, check out any of the sources out there, and you would see that, let's say I cite some examples. OpenAI, I personally know the founders. Scale AI, I personally know the founders, and I've been on board with several AI startups here in the Silicon Valley. But you look at these startups, what made it possible for these product built startups to really grow so fast? Financially, from an economic standpoint, from an adoption standpoint, and those are the insights. And this is just a quick inspiration. If you look at H2O.ai, I've seen the founder in the last 5 years or so. We've conducted the C-level board rooms together, and at this point of time, they're $250+ million. Many of you would already know a lot of banking and large-scale customers are using H2O as a framework to operationalize several machine learning use cases, and all of these are very unique startups. So let's talk about AI and the difference that it's making in the world today. So the moment let's talk about, what do you look at the screen? It's potentially a Rembrandt painting from 1600. And what made it so unique? What made it at the time of Renaissance? What made it so special? Maybe the style of the painter. He was there were things that he discovered over a period of time with creativity and expertise that he built, and with a creative mindset, that he was using lead white pigment and an oil like linseed oil. And it was the style of his brush strokes, the speed of the drying of the paint that made his paintings very special, over and above his own creative artistic mindset. Now, but what you're looking at now is a picture that was drawn by Walter Thompson, an advertising agency, in 2016. And who do you think drew this picture? Artificial intelligence. This was a picture drawn by generating features, and these input features were quite simple and intuitive, of course validated with data to ensure that the input-output model coordination is in sync. A Caucasian male, 30 to 40 years, with some facial hair, wearing a hat, white collar, facing right. These were some of the features that it took a machine learning model to create this picture. And Microsoft sponsored this experiment. So the point I'm making is that AI has disrupted the business models today, the way we think, the way we do things, and that requires product leaders and business leaders to rethink their approach towards building products. So a business model primarily is creating value and capturing value. So when you think about creating value, it's about your distinct value proposition. If and when you think about value capture, it used to be traditional products used to capture the value by monetizing economies of scale. It was all about efficiencies. It was all about building the processes right. If let's take an example. If it's Amazon, it was all about, can you find a book on the shelf as fast as you can using an index of alphabetical order? And can that book be delivered to customers at a skyrocket speed? It was all about economies of scale. And typical product life cycles, from a traditional mindset, used to be more about, they used to go through a maturity curve that we are all familiar with. Where machine learning makes a difference is that, when you think about machine learning, it started to make a difference of not just delivering the processes in time efficiently, but also gave us an opportunity where humans and machines started to learn at speed and with the intense complexity never before. And it gave us an opportunity to rethink the life cycle of a product, beyond maturity. Take an example. Let me go forward. So now, with the help of machine learning and artificial intelligence, product leaders start thinking of beyond scope, beyond efficiencies, to scope and learnings. What I mean is, let's take an example. So with AI and machine learning, you can think through embedding and integrating the learning in your products. And with those learnings, you can micro-personalize your products. For an example, Uber integrates the learning in the network of riders and drivers so as to price in the peak hours to optimize margins. So you see, learning integrated in a living product itself can help you optimize your margins at the same time. With network effects and learning effects, you can have digital abundance. What it means is you can continually extend your product life cycle without hitting maturity like it traditionally used to do. And that's a major disruption. Take an example of Apple versus Nokia. The platform of Apple created a network effect. And when the moment you think of AI product, these are the couple of things you want to think about. Number one, it's how could you build and leverage networks of users, networks of customer, networks of payers, partners. So in a traditional business model, the value capture was simply an intended target user or customer set paying for your products and services. But in an AI-driven mindset, you think through, hey, maybe there's a set of network where monetizing isn't optimal. We will use them only to generate learnings, to generate data, to generate a knowledge asset. However, we'll have another network of customers. For an example, Google searching network money, but advertisers pay money, and that's the strategy of network by leveraging network effects. Apple, similar example, by creating an Apple platform and building a network of platform users, Apple created a network effect and a learning effect. So what it takes, how AI makes a difference when it comes to integrating business and operating models. Well, AI does help you to deliver, designing an AI-centric operating model to take an advantage of economies of scale, economies of scope, and economies of learning. And the whole idea is that now you're eliminating human touch points. Now, Uber human talent or workforce, they don't determine in the moment of need which driver would go and serve a targeted rider. It's an algorithm working in the product to cater to the user, to the customers. And keep in mind, this algorithm has a capability to learn in real time on a continual basis to micro-personalize its offering to that rider. And the more the data, the more the network data, the lesser the errors. If some of you might be in the audience might be from data science background, and higher the power of prediction. And this learning, self-iterating algorithm gets stronger and stronger, building a competitive differentiation for Uber, and gives it a time mover's advantage. So no matter what kind of a company you are, building an AI factory, if you're a traditional company or a SaaS product company, it's not just about embedding AI in the product itself, but in the entire ecosystem, like Netflix, Airbnb. All these are examples where they have centralized data and AI factories, ingesting data from disparate and diverse data sources, storing it, leveraging cloud at a very less cost, and generating insights from it to create product market value, on a continual basis, leveraging networking and learning effects. So this is a sample example of just a conceptual high-level example of an AI factory. So unlike previous digital product models, an AI factory could be centric to your operational model to deliver the value at speed and with intelligence that builds a competitive advantage. What is the idea of an AI factory? Now, it doesn't matter if it's an information flow. So products have become platforms, and your customers have become networks. And that's how an AI product leader must think. And the platform might be orchestrating information, or like Facebook, or it might be an Amazon-like platform where you are integrating a traditional distribution and logistic worlds and many operational aspects of brick and mortar with a digital AI-driven experience to deliver value, create and deliver value. But not both these companies and all such companies have AI factories central to their success as an operational foundation. Now, this AI factory, the whole idea behind it is, again, as I said earlier, very quick capture, not just scale, focus on scope, focus on networking effect, focus on learning effect, and that's where a deeper data science and machine learning thinking comes in. A product leader will have to sort of orchestrate the teams from a right kind of user and interface design to right kind of data science models at scale, running continual experiments to learn from their business processes day and night, and continually improve them with a new disrupted economics opportunity given by the AI economy. And as I said earlier, now based on your network and learning effect, your positioning and your advantages could be different. For an example, each company can have different style and topologies of network. Uber has networks which are centralized and clustered in nature. So let's say if Uber were to start in a new random city where the number of drivers and riders aren't too many, in such case the network effect's weaker, and in order to and there comes the prioritization and prediction of and prioritizing, whether or not to focus on that city at this point in time. Not having adequate number of riders and drivers makes them vulnerable to the local competitors. While Airbnb does have a global network, and it gives them an advantage of no matter a customer or a guest is traveling to any part of the world, they have a single global network to leverage with strong learning effects and strong. So AI product leader has to think about network strategy, how to embed learning hierarchies, information hierarchies, and taxonomies in the network topologies that you're working with. And once you have networked assets, when you have network assets building over a period of time, let's say Uber has riders and knowledge about those riders. Uber has drivers and knowledge about those drivers. And when I say knowledge, basically data as an asset. They have data, historical data about the behavior of these drivers and riders. Now, can that data of these two-sided network, network of value could be leveraged for other business models? And there comes the time to market. Once you have the network effects rightly leveraged, once you have the learning repositories been rightly captured in an AI factory, you can diversify with time to market into newer businesses, as Uber's doing currently, thinking through air taxis, thinking to Uber pool cargos, Uber Eats has been a great success. So very quick recap. Now, why do you think, so we've been all talking about why AI is disruptive when it comes to building an AI product or embedding AI in SaaS. And we learned a few things about networking, network effects, and learning effects. But what about technology? So at this point in time, the convergence of technology is making it is creating even more opportunities than ever before to build a SaaS product and scale it with economies never before because of cloud. Number one, cloud has brought down the storage cost of your data tremendously. It gives you AI embedded in cloud gives you tremendous opportunity to cleanse, transform, prepare your data that used to take a long time for when it comes to building machine learning model, just about 5 to 10 years before. So AI, the learning effects and networking effects, these are the building blocks that you want to leverage as an AI product leader, and definitely you want to have the right questions being asked while building a design strategy for such products. What are the human touch points that you can substitute with AI for integrative learning within product? So when you go to Netflix and Amazon, keep in mind these recommendation systems. There isn't a human recommending you books, offering you the book, processing your book order. These are AI processes, AI-driven processes, which not only deliver to you with efficiency, but also learn in the very moment to serve you better next time. You want to definitely think through learning effect. I personally think that a lot of this learning effect for AI needs to be still documented. We're still in an era of low-level AI, weaker AI. But the time might come in about 15 to 20 years when we will get into relatively stronger AI, sort of a scenario. But even now, the learning effect, the classic Boston learning effect, every time you do a task, you do it better the next time. The same applies to machines, but with 10x or 100x possibilities. AlphaGo is an example where AI, using reinforcement learning, AI taught another AI to outbeat human players in no time, and thus newer given the cheaper compute, cheaper storage, speedier data processing using parallel distribution and many emerging technologies, that makes it the time for you to build AI product and take an advantage of AI product. You do want to definitely focus on your network strategies is key for you to monetize your value over a period of time and capture digital abundance. Virtualization cloud, I've already mentioned this. These are some of the technologies which are coming together to converge and create new paradigms. Already mentioned about compute cost, storage cost, data sourcing. There are, thanks to the very generative and reinforcement nature of AI learning, that in about 5 years I can observe that AI products have already come to the market that can automatically catalog your data. I still remember 10 years before, just about 10 years before, I worked for so many companies. We used to live in an environment where you ingest the data using ETL, the classic extract, transformation, and load process, to bring the data to the storage. It could be a warehouse, but even if a single field used to change in the source system, just about 10 years before, it used to take months to bring that field to the central data storage. But now AI and many of these cloud offerings across AWS, GCP, and Azure have products. For example, Amazon Glue has a product which has crawlers. It intelligently scans through the data, catalogs it, and creates, a metadata catalog, hell up for you. So there are a lot of different possibilities of automating your data pipelines, virtualization of data. Data fabric allows you not even to move your data. If your data is residing across the company, or when you're building a product through different sources, this could be on cloud and device, on the edge. The idea of data fabric and virtualization allows you to let data be there in the physical systems and abstract it out, virtualize it, by creating a model and running a model in the cloud, you see, and that saves tremendous time and cost for you to be able to harvest the learnings from the data. And not to say that smarter world, as you know, IBM often refers it as a smarter planet, more and more connected devices, you know, IoT cars, these are generating more and more data every day. The challenge today isn't about data being available, it's more about, you know, product leaders' ability to map the right data to business value and be able to use it with you know, better and right efficiencies. So now let's get into product planning and the building insights. So when you think of a product, building a product, of course you want to start with an idea of what, you know, based on what we learned so far from a business model and an operating model perspective, how is this problem solving a human challenge or a business process challenge? Let's take a quick example. I remember I used to work for one of the biggest banks, and we were building a fraud detection solutions, and we continually, you know, were catching up with the fraudsters, and we used to think through use cases. One of the use cases that, you know, from an intuition came to fraud analysts' mind was, hey, you know, there's a concept called credit card bust, in which a fraudster makes a credit card application, gets a credit card, uses all the limits, and leaves the country, leaving it as a bad debt. And it's a very common thing. Have millions of such cases happen in the US every month, every year, you know. So we were thinking how to, you know, combat this specific fraud. And then an idea came that cities like New York, Toronto in Canada, or London, you know, you have these massive buildings with a common mail rooms, and oftentimes these fraudsters crash into these mail rooms to steal your letters and an ID, and then make applications. And one of the metric that came to our mind is, can we look into the velocity of the net new credit applications from a geo cluster, from a zip code? Now, will that be the right metric, you know? And then we had to, once we had this hypothetical business understanding in mind, we had to look through data. Do I have data to validate the strength of this use case, you know? Do I have a postal data mapped to the credit card applications with a timestamp on it, so that I could really look at, you know, the velocity of these applications? Now keep in mind, you know, so that's where the data understanding and focusing on the relevance of data is very important. And we had to continually experiment. We created a rolling window calculation. We explored data in multiple cities to validate this use case, you know. And then, and of course, it goes without saying, if you had to do any calculation, if you were to build any machine learning model, depending on the model, whether you're forecasting, regressing, or, you know, classifying, the data needs to be prepared and be readied in a different style. You know, so you must. I'm not sure how many of you do have data science background, but it takes, you know, there are two massive steps. One is cleaning the data for its consistency, for making sure there's no misouts, and second is engineering the variables, which, you know, because just to ensure that any, you know, the whole idea of data science and predictions and classification, they work on certain assumptions like normality, the distribution of the data. And in order to bring the data to a distributed desired form, sometimes, you know, you have to transform the data by using different mathematical formulas. You know, it could be simple square roots, it could be, you know, multipliers, and so on. And So that's the data preparation we're talking about. And then once that's been done, of course, you try different models, different techniques that would apply for estimating the business use case. So in this case, we had to think, are we, for an example, if you're predicting a fraud, the question is, do you want to use random forest? Do you want to use a simple logistics regression? Random forest is nothing but ensembled set of logistics regression, but once you have these different modeling techniques figured out with your data science teams, you do want to compare these models to see which one offers you higher accuracy and reliability of such predictions, or whatever you're trying to achieve from the data science. And no one cloud or one tool out there in the market typically helps you in productionalizing these data science models and systems. I've helped Google in enhancing their auto-ML products and testing their product. So I have a see-through ability. I've built a lot of AI products for several corporations and brought them to life, within enterprise settings, B2B and B2C settings, And I've learned one thing, that no one cloud, no one tool fits all. That no one should fit all kind of a situation out there in the market. So you definitely want to think through a high-touch, custom production-able architecture. What I mean is, take an example of, maybe you want to use S3 Amazon as a cloud storage, and everybody, including Snowflake, every company uses it. It's everybody. If you don't know, you must be aware that S3 is a classic, most efficient storage data technology out there. But can you then, bring in open source Apache platforms or, Spark platforms to process the data, in the cloud, right? So basically, you are kind of meshing the technologies from cloud to open source to the native cloud stack, and custom built, scripts and functions to create an architecture which serves well in deploying and scaling your machine learning application.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We're gonna have to cut it early. We are already 7 minutes late, so you can finish up your thoughts, and then we're gonna have to move on to the next speaker. I apologize for that.
No worries. Can I finish it in a minute?
Yep, go for it.
All right. So guys, I know that we got delayed because of the technical difficulties. I'm going to quickly close my talk here. When you're building a data product, you want to make sure that you're minimizing the black box approach to the AI models that you're using. The higher the visibility, better sponsor approvals, better investment, and better ethical and compliance, ethical and regulatory compliance that you happen to achieve. A user interface, all it matters to you is it works. If you're watching a movie as a Netflix, you don't care whether AI is recommending you, but if a movie recommended in your personal list, if it is the one you like, you're happy about it. It's the Apple sense of design, Don't hesitate using cheat sheets. There are a lot of cheat sheets out there about what machine learning can do, what kind of techniques, and what each one of these techniques can do for you in a given business context. So Netflix is a powerful example. I'm going to quickly, this is a closer slide. So Netflix, can you imagine an algorithm that saves $1 billion in customer retention? So Netflix has a set of data science models that sort of, personalizes the thumbnails for you. Even when you're watching a screen, it's your personalized custom screen that you're looking at. Even the thumbnails of a movie presented to you are the thumbnails that can speak to you, that can trigger your interest and engage you deeper. And you have recommendation systems recommending you your personal favorite, possible personal favorite movies, and a lot goes in behind the scenes in terms of collaborative and content-driven approaches to build these recommendation systems. And Netflix does leverage the data science to optimize business across the board, including choosing the site for shooting the production of a movie, context awareness, and then it does even this for streaming the quality and predicting the quality of a movie streamed when you happen to be in a train, when you happen to be in a weaker internet connection area. Even those factors are sort of taken into consideration when building some of these models. This was just a sneak peek in how Netflix typically plans out a data science feature strategy on a roadmap for quarters. So personalization, original content building, watching experience, what metric, what kind of technology should be leveraged. The things with this detailed planning, and I'm just gonna quickly run through all of this. Embedding AI ML in an SaaS ecosystem. Do not disrupt your existing ecosystem. Build a minimum viable product. Make sure that your existing product's not disrupted, existing business and customers not disrupted. Do a lot of experimentation before even you go live. And fundamentally, there are only a few blocks within which you can, at least to start with, you can think of creating and driving value by AI in your SaaS. Personalized customer experience, or any human interaction. Automate your processes. Predict where feasible to take an economics advantage. Create intuitive searches in a way that deepens your user journey, and and financial users literally AI to continually identify new feature and release those features for customer. So that's a classic example. And few takeaways for product leaders. Keep in mind that AI is any given time for humans, not vice versa. And that's where human in loop is a very important consideration. Machine learning ops and FinOps are a great opportunity to automate your machine learning applications and SaaS products out there in the cloud. Some of these trends are very common. Observability, you want to definitely ensure that your machine itself is constantly observing the models to see what could be done better. Data fabric, I've already just kind of explained earlier. And so I'm going to close it here. Frame the problem right. Make sure that sometimes the business metrics do not necessarily align with the AI metric. So Uber business leaders might say that we want to reduce the pickup times for the riders, but then if AI works in that direction, it may land up missing out a lot of customers and would start taking shorter route customers to fulfill that metric, leading to compromised user satisfaction. So you want to be very, very careful. Ethics for sure, as the AI, every time, like there's a classic resource for you in Macula Institute from Santa Clara. Make sure that again, that AI doesn't have any implications, or cannot be the solution you're building cannot be exploited for contrary than what you intended it for. And that's pretty much. I'm gonna call it end. Thank you very much for listening to my talk. And if you have any questions, please reach out to vishal.sethi@bristlecone.com or vishal@startupomega.com. Be happy to help.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry to have to cut you off early, and I know we ran into a few issues earlier in the conversation. So I appreciate your time, all the insight you provided. I definitely encourage everyone to connect with Vishal. Do you prefer LinkedIn, Twitter, email? You have a preference?
That's okay. LinkedIn would be awesome. I've also shared my email. So.
Amazing. Yeah. So connect with him. I know we didn't get to go through all your slides, but if anyone's interested in learning more, definitely connect with him. But Vishal, thank you so much for your time again. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a great day, and thanks for joining us today.
Thanks, Jeff. I do apologize for the initial technical problem.
No worries at all. Have an awesome day. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
All right, guys. We are a little bit late for our next speaker, Catherine Brinkman from the Dale Carnegie Training. How's it going?
Doing well. How are you today?
I'm doing well. I'm so sorry to be over some time. So I definitely don't want to take up too much with the intro. So I'll let you kind of take over the mic, and I appreciate you joining us this afternoon.
You got it. Of course. So let's get right into it. We're going to talk today about communicating beyond zeros and ones. That's the theme. And my name is Catherine Brinkman. I've been with Dell a number of years. I'm originally Silicon Valley, and I live in New York now. So giving you some just background, a little bit about me, and it looks like I've frozen.
You are frozen. Is can you hear me? I think we are having some. Looks like you are still frozen, Catherine. Nope, we just lost her. Okay, guys. Well, while Catherine's getting back, I'll give you a little context about her conversation today with us. She will be joining us and we'll be speaking about the zeros and ones, communicating beyond the zeros and ones. She is with Dale Carnegie Training, and she will be talking about selling the value of new AI/MI applications to your teams, fundamentals of communications, bridging the generations, both boomers through Gen Z with new legacy technology, how AI will help you workforce a customer focus first again, and embracing change is a huge win for people side of the business. So whenever Catherine is back, she will be joining us. Her presentation should be awesome, high energy, and really looking forward to it. So whenever you're ready to join us, Catherine, feel free to join us back on stage, and we will get back to you.
Okay. I'm back. It looks like I froze.
Awesome. Yep, no worries at all. I just kind of give an intro to the audience a little bit about your conversation and just some of the things that you were going to talk about. So I'll let you take the mic back.
Perfect. Thank you. And I'm going to try it again. And then if I freeze again for whatever reason, we are just going to jump to not having a PowerPoint, which is totally fine. So again, I'm going to talk a little bit about communicating beyond the zeros and ones. And ultimately, I'm going to ask you a quick question. When you think of some of the activities that you did this week, how many of them do you wish you could actually have someone else do? Just think of that. Maybe type in the chat. And then why? Why would you want that task done by someone else? I froze again, dude.
Did we freeze again?
Yeah, I can hear you though. Can
Okay,
you hear
yeah,
me?
I think your slide might. I can hear you, but I don't know if you're moving your slide or not. But I think your screen might be frozen.
Let's just go ahead and do audible then. Sound good?
Sounds like a plan. Sorry about that.
Okay. No worries, no worries. So again, I asked the question, when you think of some of the tasks this week you could have given to somebody else. Why? Only because it was pretty boring. You go through those mundane things. I am in sales for Dale Carnegie. I'm the VP of Client Experience of the Kentucky, Ohio, and Indiana, Southern Indiana franchise. Like Salesforce, I look at the devil you need, right? Ultimately, great at putting in strong because I find it boring. So what's something that I've done to overcome that? Well, we started implementing Bombora. We've automated a lot of things. So my notes come up automatically. So I'm not as bored and it's not as tedious. So we're going to talk a little bit about the value of AI team. And then ultimately, what are some of the fundamentals of communication? That's what Dale Carnegie is known for. And looking at between the boomers and Gen Zs and then like a few years selling into contact center space, and I actually focused on the shiny object as robotic product, and that's how I with it. It's so cool. And one of the things I realized with some of my clients was they really liked the old contact center in software that they had. They didn't want to upgrade, and unfortunately some of these things sunset. So it was, how do I bridge the new people that really want to embrace change, that want to have that process automation in their website to more of that data scrolling, on clicking on different thing, it pop right up on. Talk a little bit about that. ML can actually help customers and why embracing change is so interesting and important. So looking at the value of the applications, when you really think about it, when I asked you the question, was there anything that you wish you could have done and assigned to someone else? Was there a task that you had that you wish you could have assigned to someone else? Because that is where you could then end up focusing on those critical thinking pieces. That's the fun part of people's job. Typing things in, data entry, it's not always glamorous, it's needed, but that's where AI and ML can come in and just make sure that your people are more focused on the external clients as well as internal, so you have a more cohesive, embraced company. Also, why do you want to go ahead and use AI and ML applications? You're going to have fewer. I say fewer because there are errors, it is tech, but when you use automation, historically there's zero errors. So there's no people getting called out in terms of them not doing a process correctly. Maybe there's somebody new that needs to get ramped up quickly and all of a sudden, oh, hey, I have some RPA there to sit and help me. Then that makes my workload that much easier. My concepts within the new position I might be in, I can focus then on what are the things I need to think about to make sure I execute that process correctly. And then, of course, when we're selling the value, because you're being more customer focused, that only helps improve your NPS, your CSAT, and your VOC scores, which ultimately goes ahead and gives you more market share. And it would be really easy, right, if we didn't have to talk to people. It's the people part that sometimes makes our job confusing, frustrating. That's where we get disengaged. So being able to really know who we're talking to and why it's important. So within Dale Carnegie, we have those 4 different personality styles where we have the analytical, we have the driver, we have somebody that's amiable and friendly, and then we have the expressor. So when we have those drivers, that's usually like the sales manager. Those are the salespeople that might promise something on the software side that's on the roadmap, and sometimes maybe it's 2 to 3 years out. I've done a lot of work with engineers in Silicon Valley on sales training. And ultimately, I've come across so many salespeople that are way ahead of where the roadmap is to where the analytical and the engineers are, right? So being able to really communicate together, to have those engineers sit and say, hey, wait a minute, we're working on ABC right now. You're already talking about XYZ. Where we also have those folks that are amiable. So we want to make sure that they are comfortable with new technology. They're comfortable sharing their ideas, voicing their concerns. And then we have the expressor. That's usually someone that loves the technology. Ultimately, they probably don't care about the ins and outs. They don't care about the zeros and ones that make it work. They're not going to care about the hardware. The expressors just want it to work. So how are we able to really talk to that person in that level? And really, it comes down to establishing and building rapport, spending time with that person, perhaps one on one, maybe even having a Zoom. I know a lot of us are back in the office, but it's more hybrid. So, having those conversations face to face on Teams, FaceTime, on Zoom, on this same platform that we're using now, just being able to see each other's body language while still on camera, and then being able to use appropriate language and pace based on the speaker prior. I love technology. Again, born and raised in Silicon Valley. I love it. I don't understand a lot of it. I understand just enough to be dangerous. So I leave the tech talk to certain individuals when it comes high level. So when I was an SME, I became an SME on robotic process automation, as well as that account executive, just because they taught me enough to demo and run those proof of concepts because I could communicate. But ultimately, when it got to a certain level, I did not have the technology. They tried to teach it to me. And finally, I just said, you know what? I'm not an engineer. You're using words I don't understand. Take it, please. So that was one of the ways that myself as a driver was able to communicate tactfully with my analyticals and say, you know what, you're better than I am at this. Please take it. That allowed me to be much more comfortable with my client, focus more on my client, and then ultimately really be able to read them and do my quote unquote sales people job. And then also coach my analytical engineers on, okay, how do we build stronger rapport and take some of that fear out of this new technology? We have to be able to listen. The highest level of listening is empathetic. So we're not on our phone. We're not multitasking. When I say we're not on our phone, I am someone that does take notes on my phone. I always tell the person that I'm in front of, if I am going to take notes on my phone, hey, I'm not texting anybody, full undivided attention. Ultimately, I'm just taking notes. Same thing that I say if I'm online, taking or on a Zoom, on a call, whatever. When I'm taking notes on my computer, I type pretty heavy. So I always let them know I'm not emailing, I'm taking notes on our conversation. So making sure that we're able to listen to people, be in the moment, be mindful of what we're saying really goes a long way. Because then we want to be able to bridge to the generations, right? We have the boomers, we have Gen X, we have millennials, we have Gen Z. I'm a vintage, I'm a 79 vintage, and I'm not a millennial and I'm not a Gen X. I'm a Zennial. So even within what we say generations by categories, people view themselves differently. And when we start to talk about how do we get people across generations to embrace the new releases and go ahead and let those legacy products go into the sunset, think of it this way. Think of the boomers and music, right? They had radio, they had TV, they had concerts, they had to be in person for those concerts, and they had vinyl. And then you go to Gen X. Concerts still there, still vinyl. Then all of a sudden you had 8 tracks. Then you had cassettes. And then you go to the millennials where you had tapes, and all of a sudden you had CDs. And then you have Gen Z where they may sit and think like, what's a CD? Everything's on the cloud. And the reason I say this is in college, when I first went away to UCLA, I had one of those huge rubber made tubs, those like 15-gallon full of CDs. I had over 1,000 CDs. And by the end of graduating college, I had over 2,000 songs on my iPod. If you told me freshman year that all of a sudden I would be able to have all kinds of music on this small little device, I would have said, no way. And now it's on the cloud. I don't ever buy CDs anymore. I just download things from the cloud. I buy them once in a while. Ultimately, I have a subscription. Where Gen Z, they already grew up with the cloud and having that capability. Whereas I think of my nephew who's 5, he just says, hey, Alexa, play this. And it's automatic and instantaneous. So thinking of just the changes of where the boomers were and respecting that, because all of a sudden you'll notice Gen Z starting to buy vinyl again. So things come back in style. And also when I work with some companies that are larger and they have people from all of these generations, what I've noticed is once in a while there's not a lot of respect for the people that are the boomers. And I just think, wow, these are the folks that had punch cards. And I don't know about you, but I am a fast typer and I make mistakes. And I just sometimes think when I'm hearing their stories, wow, I would have been fired immediately. Because if you make one mistake on that punch card, it's finished. You have to start over, right? Whereas Gen X had a typewriter. You could use whiteout. You had the ribbon where you could back up and also retype over it. And then millennials, I grew up using Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing. And when I look at Gen Z, some of them I can't read their handwriting anymore. So it's just how do we change so much to respect across those generations? And a big piece of that comes to attitude. So we have to be able to have the right attitude to embrace diversity that comes with all of the things that our people have to offer. And then also we want to have the knowledge. There's a lot of knowledge that goes into what a punch card used to look like. Floppy disks. There's a lot that goes into it. There's also a lot of knowledge between understanding how things get to the cloud, redundancy. When you start talking about AWS versus Azure, Open AI, there's so many different things that are happening so quickly that it's hard to keep up. So listening to the boomers gives you that mindset of, okay, they went through this change. Think of where they started, where they are now. They have so much knowledge. I need to tap into this. So again, you're showing that respect. You're getting them, to the boomers and the Gen X, to start think about legacy, looking at the younger generations to think, wow, they've had a lot of change too. And look, they're able to do things faster. They're able to have more room within the cloud to store things that used to take a whole room, right? Also, when you start to think about knowledge, when we look at cloud based, you can get it anywhere. I don't have to sit behind a computer in my home. I can have it on my iPhone or whatever mobile device you use, and I can be in the moment with a client if there is an outage or if there is a question. We couldn't do that a few years ago. Now it's just commonplace. And that's where the skill comes in. And again, when we look at these generations, Gen Z grew up on computers. They're the screen generation, right? I say Zennials are as well. And I know that where I grew up in the Valley, it's very tech and cutting edge. I've met a lot of people recently that are under 40, that 35 to 40 range, and they're almost all screen based too from a young age. So it just depends on where you're at. And that comes into diversity and the generation, as well as where you're at in an education level, where you're at when it comes to your geography, and then also just what is your attitude? Do you like tech? And some of the ways you can actually bridge these generations is having a positive attitude about those that are on your team, really focusing on what stories do you like about them? What are some assets that everybody has that they bring to the table, and actually show interest. And then also know your own generation. I know, again, for example, I'm a Zennial, and the way that we communicate sometimes is really fast. We use a lot of acronyms, and sometimes people don't know what we're talking about. So, knowing who our generation is and then being able to articulate and slow down a little bit and think of who are the other people that are in the room that we're talking to. And again, really be aware of how we're impacting with our attitude, because it's important that we have that psychologically safe environment. So when we are moving forward with new products, not only is there an earlier adoption rate, it's not compliance driven, it's much more cooperation. When you have that psychologically safe environment, that's where, even when you're customer facing, if you have someone that is representing your organization and they're comfortable and they're confident in what they're talking about, all of a sudden, while they're the face of your company, they're putting their best foot forward, and that client that they're speaking to is going to open up a lot more. So again, you're going to get more information that you can just add and start to really look at the data governance that might be needed, and then also what are some of the analytics that maybe we're not looking at. And also, when we're talking customer focus, I've worked with many companies that collect information but they don't use it. So what's the point? When our people from our organizations are in the moment and focused, ultimately what can happen is they're creating an experience, right? People don't really care so much about things as much. They want that experience. How is it going to look? How much time is it going to take for me to learn? And we also need to focus on how much competition is out there. More and more startups are just popping up left and right. We have a lot of mergers in the last 2 years. When I think of Salesforce, when you think of Google, Facebook, how many things are happening so quickly with Amazon, even and Netflix. Think of streaming, Peacock, A plus C networks, so much content, right? There's so much competition. So when we're able to create a positive experience for our customers, that goes a long way. And ultimately that improves our NPS score, our CSAT score, and our VOC. If we don't do that, if those people that are our customers have a bad experience, there's that little thing called TikTok and Instagram and Twitter, and one tweet can end up costing hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue by bad reputation. When we offer that great experience, that is where influencers post about what we've done for them, how we've helped them, how we've made them happy, we've made their life fun in a sense. Then that tweet or that TikTok is a positive, you're reaching sometimes millions of people in one little post, and ultimately you've increased market share. We have to embrace the change that gets us there, right? We have to be able to really depend on some more technology where we're able to let tech do its job so we can be the human side of the business. Sometimes people get shocked, right? Things with when I think of some of the robotic process automation, hyper automation that's coming out, more and more people are using, it's shocking how quickly things can be done. Shocking. Maybe someone's going to say, well, that's going to take my job away. That's why I ultimately went back to Dale Carnegie full time, because people kept thinking that the robots are going to take their job. And ultimately, they're not. They're there to help so you can then be more customer focused. And when you let go of the fact that, hey, I don't have to do this boring work, I can really think about how can I make my company better? How can I help my internal employees excel and really upskill to the next level? Ultimately, that's where people start to let go of their fear. They embrace the change. And then ultimately, that's where they start to accept and they are integrating the technology, and your adoption rate really goes a lot higher. Why do we even want to care about change, right? Ultimately, when we're looking at our clients, when we have that information in front of us, when we have that data, when we have those analytics, do we know everything about the person? Probably not. Do we have a way where we are able to kind of get a baseline of a few key things they might be interested in? You bet. So being able to have that as a tool is very key when it comes to that analytics and that data. And we're getting faster and faster at collecting it. And again, like I said, it's so important when we are client facing that we create that relaxed environment so our people from our organization can get more information from our customers, because we're building loyalty. And I don't know about you, but when I have a loyal customer, it's usually fun to talk to them. So then my morale is higher and I'm more engaged at work. I'm more excited to go on to that next call or that next task and see how can I do it better. And that makes it so much harder on competition. So it goes just from that adoption rate into, wow, I really like this. I can talk to people more. I'm the people side of it now, because it's so important that we don't forget the people part and that communication piece, because then we're able to respond in the moment. We can even add a little bit of extra when we're talking to our peers internally. Maybe we send them a thank you note for something that they did for us. With a customer, maybe we're giving them 5% off, or we offer free shipping the next time, because then we're going ahead and we're retaining that relationship, and we're really building a partnership rather than a burn and churn. When we embrace the change, this gives people the opportunity to actually upsell and cross sell a little bit more. I know many times when I was in the contact center space, coming from Dale Carnegie, there's performance management software. And I would always think like, wow, this is really cool. They can integrate things from training right into the software. That person can log in, that rep can log in the morning, 5 minutes, do a quick little quiz on how do they interface with someone that's difficult, that's complained 2 or 3 times, and then ultimately pulling up that information and having that bot go ahead and explain what's their average cost per month, how many minutes are they using, how are they engaging with whatever that is, whatever that software is, or whatever that thing is that they're buying. How is their experience? All of a sudden, then I can start to cross sell on a few other things. So I would many times mention the performance management software. It's kind of a nice to have, right? So ultimately, based on me listening and understanding what some of the challenges in that space were, I cross sold. People were trained faster in short amounts of time, and ultimately call time was reduced. And as a result, they were able to upsell their customers. So it goes hand in hand. Ultimately, more revenue, right? So when you think about what we just covered here today, when you embrace changes in technology, in what ways would it help you focus on building more meaningful relationships? Just think about that. how would you be able to build more meaningful relationships? I know there's a chat option. Go ahead and do that if you want. Think about it again, just technology is there to help us. It's not the enemy. It makes our job so much easier because we're able to do the fun stuff. I'll leave you with a parting thought from our founder, Dale Carnegie. He said, we all have possibilities we don't even know about. We can do things that we don't dream that we can do. So with that, thank you so much. Appreciate it. My name's Catherine Brinkman. I will go ahead and make sure you can get my contact information in the chat, and I'll hand it back over to you.
Thank you, Catherine. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry you killed it on the time. So I appreciate you being conscious about that and getting us back on track. I'm sorry about the presentation as well. It looks like we're experiencing a few technical difficulties, but otherwise, I think it was phenomenal. I appreciate all the insight. It doesn't look like our audience is here. Well, let me ask you one question before I let you go.
Sure.
What would be a good place for our audience to connect with you? Twitter, LinkedIn, email?
LinkedIn.
LinkedIn. Awesome.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
And I'll get that for you, and then I'll also get you my email. So you have that
Sounds
handy.
like a plan. I appreciate it. Well, thank you so much. I hope you have an amazing rest of the day, and wishing
Thank
you a
you.
happy, successful 2023.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Have a good one. Awesome. Well, guys and ladies and gentlemen, we are at the final presentation speaker of the afternoon. I'm going to be welcoming Bose Bergner. He is the head of Innovize SaaS engineering, AI, and architecture at Autodesk. How's it going today?
Very, very good. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, it looks like I can now. I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Excellent. Yeah, great to be here.
Awesome. Great. Well, I really appreciate you joining us. We're really excited for your presentation. Are you going to be sharing your screen with us?
I am.
Great. Whenever you're ready to do that, I'll hand the mic over to you and let you take over.
Sounds good. Excellent.
I can see your presentation. If you don't mind making it full screen for everyone,
Yeah.
that would be great. Thanks, Bose.
Just do this. Okay, excellent. Do you guys see a full screen?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So thank you everyone for joining. My name is Boaz Brunner. As Javy mentioned, I'm the head of Innovize SaaS engineering, AI, and architecture. Today, I will talk about building scalable SaaS product portfolios the right way. And I'll start with a quote. Sam Altman has been in the news quite a bit. Of course, the CEO of OpenAI and Y Combinator as well. Really speaks a lot about being fast. So speed is a critical factor in our ability to be competitive in any kind of application that we build, any kind of service that we build. And it is one of the differentiators between strong companies and companies that sometimes lag behind. So a little bit about myself. So I'm a veteran of Cisco and Zillow. Been around software engineering since the early 2000s. And ever since 2014, I've been building with larger and larger teams, enterprise scale SaaS solutions. Vast majority of those have been on AWS. Early 2020, I joined Innovize as a VP of engineering. Innovize was acquired by Autodesk midway through 2021. And I'm still in the same position at Innovize, which is now part of Autodesk, leading the SaaS engineering organization, the AI, artificial intelligence teams, so data scientists, machine learning engineers, and the overall architecture for the SaaS side within this organization. So jumping in, I'll start by talking about what Innovize is And that will give some perspective on the size of the SaaS applications that we build. I'll talk also about some of the SaaS applications that our customers use. But I'll start first of all with Innovyze. Innovyze has been around for more than 30 years, building software for water professionals, starting from water structures, storm, sewer, and flood, drainage design, water distribution software, sewer networks software, and of course, water and wastewater treatment software. And we deal with these types of systems in various different levels. The first level is design and hydraulic model. So all of these systems, they need to be designed. Engineers need the ability to design these systems accurately. So provide software for engineers to design these systems. Also, a critical part of designing of each kind of systems of that sort is the ability to simulate the behavior of water within these systems to make sure that the capacity of these systems fits what they need to do and the amount of water and water behavior that it needs to handle. The second thing is asset management, which we'll touch a little bit more later. And that is the ability for asset managers within these various systems or within these various water industries to manage the actual assets within those. So when I talk about assets, I'm talking about pipes, pumps, manholes, things of this sort, figuring out how to best manage these pieces to make sure that they get the right maintenance when it needs it. And last is operational analytics. So operating the day-to-day operations of these systems, making sure they operate at their right capacity, making sure that customers or end consumers get the service that they need to get from these various systems. So diving in a little bit towards what our customers need from us. We always start from the problems of our customers and making sure that we provide software that makes their work just that a little bit easier and better for their end consumer. So our customers face an increase in demand to keep their service quality at top game. So we provide software to ensure proper asset performance. Water scarcity is becoming an ever-increasing problem for our customers as the overall population of the world grows. So we help reduce water leakage from these systems. And of course, because of everything that we discussed so far, regulators are getting into the space more and more, regulating the services, the water scarcity, water quality, and environment in general. So our customers need the ability to monitor and report what they're doing in real time and historically to make sure that they meet these regulators' requirements throughout their operations. So just taking a step back and explaining what kind of software Innovyze has been building. So on the left side, there are 4 products that Innovyze has built for many years. Those are desktop-based products that our customers love and have been using for all of these years. Info Drainage for drainage design, InfoWorks ICM for storm, sewer, flood design and simulation. And for water distribution, we actually have 2 separate desktop products, one InfoWorks WS Pro and InfoWater Pro, 2 products that are geared towards water distribution. So getting water from the source to people's homes or factories, plants, industries, and so forth. The 3 on the left, as I mentioned, are desktop applications. Now, from around mid-2019, Innovyze was trying to figure out what can we do to serve our customers better. And the decision was made, look, we need to create a SaaS solution or a set of SaaS solutions to provide our customers with additional services and capabilities to serve their customers even further. So there are 3 new products that the Innovyze has put out in the market since then. First one is for asset management, Info360 Asset. Again, a software for asset managers. The 2 additional ones are for operational analytics operators. The first one is Info360 Insight for water distribution or water networks. So customers like water utilities, water municipalities to operate their infrastructure on a day-to-day basis. And finally, the latest addition to this family is just joined in September of 2022, Info360 Plant, which is a product geared towards operator of water and wastewater treatment plants to allow the operators to effectively and efficiently operate their treatment plants. So I'll touch briefly on these 2 products, on some of these products, on 2 products specifically, on Info360 Insight, on Info360 Asset. And the main goal for me here is not to really dive into these products in a very deep way, but really for you to get a sense of the depth and breadth of these products. And then we can talk about the speed and how we created the speed of development that we have achieved with our development processes. So let's start with Info360 Insight. Info360 Insight is a full-blown operational analytics solution for water utilities. So it is geared towards minimizing energy cost, minimizing water loss, preventing water leakage as much as possible. It serves as a unified incident dashboard for these utilities and allows our customers to report and communicate their work based on actual data that their various systems provide. Now, as you can see on the right side, the system has a lot of data that it provides to the operator. It's all real time, has lots of tools that make their work more efficient, faster, and more accurate. With that, I'll touch a little bit more about the other products that we'll talk about today, and that is Info360 Asset. Info360 Asset, as I mentioned, has a different persona in its objective, and that is the asset managers. Now, what asset managers do, water utilities, storm sewer flood utilities, and the likes, they actually manage the overall health of the infrastructure that they manage. So, for example, in sewer systems, companies invest a lot of effort to continuously inspect these systems. So, for example, in a sewer line, what companies do is they have crews going around the various parts of their system, dropping in sort of like a remote control cars with cameras on top, and these remote control cars or systems, they just go through the sewer lines and inspect these sewer lines. This system, Info360, provides an ability to upload these sets of videos, provide easy access for inspector to provide the actual inspection, because what video is one thing, there is an actual inspection that goes into that to specify where they see cracks, collapses, problems within these pipes, and so forth. Now, the other side is we mentioned the side of the inspector, so a person would be able to upload and provide that information. But then the other side is the asset manager. The asset manager needs an ability to easily view all of these inspections in very much a detailed level to understand what is happening at anywhere in their system. So they have a map, they can dig in through that, they can look at any kind of asset and understand what is happening within these assets based on the last inspection that has occurred. They can even look at historical inspection for these assets to see the progression of problems. Was there a problem a year ago? Was there a problem 2 years ago? Now they get a full understanding if there is a fast progression to a problem that they need to deal with. And then finally, Info 360 Asset provides the ability to figure out, okay, there is a condition of a pipe. What do we need to do about it? Or whether or not we need to do something right away, or can it wait for a later time? Because the reality is resources one is inspect, but also to correct problems is scarce. And asset managers need to make sure that they divert funds and capacity of their personnel to the right places. So the platform provides the ability to figure out the likelihood of a failure. So what is the likelihood of a specific pipe, for example, to re-fail based on the inspections that have occurred, the results of the inspection that have occurred? What is the consequence of a failure of a pipe or a manhole? So, for example, if a pipe is very close to a hospital, that will constitute a significant problem if a problem were to occur. All of these factors go into the decision making of an asset manager to address a specific defect. So now going back to the development process and also talking about speed, we're talking about speed. So one of the things that I wanted to kind of provide a little bit of context is the timeline that we're talking about. So all of this was kicked off in May of 2020. Started off 2020 with hire some personnel. Even myself, I joined around February of 2020. But really, first line of code was developed on May of 2020. We assembled quickly a team with about 25% of the SaaS team coming in from our desktop development organization. Now, do remember that they still had a great set of desktop developers still continuing to manage our long-term desktop application, but 25% of our SaaS team was comprised of seasoned desktop developers who are also water domain experts. They really understand this environment. They really understand what our customers look for when they seek out a solution. But then we augmented this with about 75% of hiring of AWS SaaS experts. And we were very particular in hiring AWS SaaS experts. Now, I have to say that over time, 100% of our organization are AWS SaaS experts. I'm really proud to say that all of the engineers that we brought from various places within the company are by now AWS SaaS expert. A lot of them are with AWS certificates for solutions architect, and even a few are AWS certified solution architect professionals. We didn't want to wait for hiring to occur and to really onboard, because it does take time, and we're talking about a team of close to 100 people. So we've actually bootstrapped the development back then in April and May of 2020 with external experts that we hired as professional services to really get going immediately. Our teams are located in the UK, US, Canada, Mexico, Australia, and various other places in the world. Just as a note, May 2020, really at the peak of the stay-at-home orders, everybody was remote. We were doing this while everybody was home. Now, in terms of timeline, started May 2020. The first MVP launch was March of 2021. Info 360 Insight was the first product we put to market. So really 10 months from the point of kickoff to the first MVP, at a large scale MVP. This was not like a small MVP. It has quite a lot of features. And ever since then, these features have been adding up on the various products in multiple times a week. Then the other products that joined the Info 360 family, Info 360 Asset, 10 months from kickoff to MVP launch. Info 360 Plant, really amazing, 6 months from kickoff to MVP launch. And along that time, we were actually acquired by Autodesk, and now we are part of Autodesk. So that gives you some perspective of the speed at which these products are coming to market and the addition of new products and capabilities as we move forward. So as you see, we do have a lot of focus on driving customer value fast. I would also argue that it's driving customer value at great quality. And as you'll see, everything that I mentioned in the next few slides actually contributes to moving fast, but also moving with great quality. So with that, let's talk briefly, and I'm not going to dive too much into this slide. I'll talk a little bit about what Info360 really is. So as I mentioned, the various products, of course, the products are what customers see. Info360 Asset, Info360 Insight, Info360 Plant. Those are the products that our customers actually see and deal with on a day-to-day basis. But the reality is that these products are built on top of a robust shared services platform that has various services that serve the various applications that run, such as maps. As you saw in previous slides, maps are used in almost all of our products. Alerting, the ability to alert on a problem or on some data. Identity, of course, so the ability to sign in, be part of a tenant or a team. That is also a shared service that is shared across all of our products. And so forth and so forth. Now, all of that is built on a very robust infrastructure, for example, for telemetry. So telemetry is the sensor data that our customers have in their systems. We need to be able to bring that in. So we've got a subsystem for telemetry. Analytics and business intelligence, that's a core piece of the products that we provide. And also one part that is very unique is that we didn't forget our desktop applications. We wanted to make sure that our desktop applications really see the benefit of a cloud solution. So we have something that we termed Innovize Domain Services, which provides cloud services for desktop applications. So InfoWorks ICM, InfoWater Pro, InfoWorks WSPort, Info Drainage are products that run on desktop but can leverage an ever-increasing capability for from the cloud. And of course, third-party integration services and all of our products are geared towards advanced AI and optimization capabilities. So that's an Info360 in a nutshell to explain how we view the world of developing SaaS robust platforms and portfolios. So now, moving forward from that, I wanted to start kind of touch on what were the guiding principles of this development. So the first part was that our CEO and CTO were really pushing to do it the right way. No shortcuts, no, okay, let's do something that will work for in the meantime, lift and shift existing capabilities and just provide kind of a hybrid solution and so forth. The message was very clear. We want to build the best solutions out there to be cloud native and to be very capable and scalable so that our customers can continue to use these products, and we will be able to continuously add capabilities to those without needing to do a lot of refactoring, because we took some legacy components and so forth and created some shortcuts. So no shortcuts were done in the development of these products. It was really do it the right way, build cloud native solutions. We've got a platform plus product concept. I mentioned the platform in the previous slide. It's a wide platform for common services. So that allows us to, one is provide a very good customer experience. When they move between one product to the other, they actually see the same data but for geared towards a different persona. So if someone uses Info360 Insight and sees the overall pipes, pumps, reservoir within their network, their colleague in a different organization within the water utility, the asset manager sees the same exact thing, but from a perspective of an asset manager. So we can support multiple personas per customer that have different views of the data and different needs of the data and the systems themselves. They are very much connected and they can work together. Reuse and share of UX component. This is really critical from a user experience. The user experience is very much identical across the board. A persona that uses one of our products is very much capable of using any of the other products. It's familiar, it's known, they know where to look for things, and they are able to really jump in and use the product very quickly. And of course, the other part of reusing the UX component is speed. We do not need to rebuild UX components to work on different products. And of course, building once. So building once a service is really important, that we just by the fact that we do not need to deploy and create services multiple times to serve multiple different products. So it's one shared service per different products. Now, another part that was really important for us, as I mentioned, the teams are roughly 100 people, slightly more by now. And we wanted to make sure that the various team members across the globe would be able to work very much independently. So the friction between the various teams would be minimal. And the best way that we found to do that is to really hone our architecture in a way that allows these teams to be very much independent, decoupled. And that is an event-driven architecture. Some of the architecture that you can build a SaaS portfolio in the cloud is based on API interaction. So one service calls another service through an API. That requires quite a bit of friction between the various teams, so coordination of API signatures and so forth. Event-driven architecture is very much geared towards communication and interaction between services via event messages that run on event buses. What does it mean? It means that one service can just send out the events or situation that it sees and does towards an event bus. Every other service or new services that need to do something with that data just listen to that event bus and they can do whatever they need to do. They're not tightly coupled. So teams do not need to really coordinate a lot on API signatures, interaction of scale and so forth and things like that. All of that is managed via event-driven architecture and really reduced significantly. So teams are able to deploy and run with their services as much as they need. I do recommend to dive into event-driven architecture because it really is a value add for such a portfolio. The second thing is thinking about the front end itself. The various front ends that we have follow a micro front end architecture. And what do I mean by that? In a standard architecture of front end, each team or each builder of a front end would build the full front end for their products using libraries and capabilities that other teams are building. But at the end of the day, it's one big front end. We chose to go with a very much a micro front end architecture, which allows our teams to actually build small component micro front end, which in runtime go and are fitted into the overall front end. So instead of teams having to work together with friction to coordinate when specific pieces are deployed to production or move forward and so forth, or maybe have one team that collects all that front end, all of our teams are very much independent. They are able to deal with their small pieces of the front end, and what the customer sees at the end of the day is a full scalable front end. But what actually happens is that this front end is comprised of multiple front ends from various teams. We choose AWS, and we were all in on AWS just one cloud to make sure that we can get the maximum benefit that it can support natively. And I'll talk about some anti-patterns as I see when we talk about choosing a cloud provider. We also use Snowflake and MongoDB for our large-scale data store, in addition to Amazon DynamoDB. But these are very much Snowflake and MongoDB, very much managed services. We also have a mantra to really maximize embedding and integrating of services over building new services. So when we have a new feature requirement and we are set to build and architect that, the first question that we ask ourselves is, instead of building such a service, can we embed a service from a third party? Can we integrate a service from AWS or another third party before we get to build? And that has really allowed us to move fast instead of building all the various small pieces of our applications. One of those, for example, is Amazon IoT and the Amazon IoT ecosystem. A great deal of our telemetry infrastructure is built on the AWS IoT ecosystem, so that we do not need to deal with building of these small building blocks for our system. The next bullet point, which is really important to kind of have it sink, is that we really rely on serverless and managed services as much as possible. And when I talk about serverless and managed services, I talk about, for example, the first part is compute. So compute capabilities are very much, I would say about 95% of our code run on AWS Lambda, which is a serverless compute function. Because that allows us to really be elastic at our scaling. We have minimum idle costs, so where a specific service does not run, it does not cost us. We don't pay for that runtime. And really, we minimize the DevOps overhead for these services. We don't need to patch them. We don't need to update them. They just work. And also, even further, they gradually become faster because just the third parties, for example, AWS in this case, makes them faster because they provide improvement to those. Not to mention that the cost usually is reduced over time for these services. The second thing is managed services. We really look into managed services. We do not want to manage any kind of clusters or any kind of virtual machine clustering and so forth. We really want to have our third parties, especially Amazon, but also others like MongoDB and Snowflake, to really manage the infrastructure for us, so we do not need to deal with that. Now, I would say I mentioned 95% of our computation is done on Lambda or business logic on Lambda. We do have cases where Lambda doesn't fit for various reasons, for size and for runtime and so forth. In this case, we leverage Amazon ECS, which is also a managed container cluster service. And we run containers on that. We do have a couple of virtual machines because sometimes containers just don't fit our unique use case. And we do have one or two virtual machines that run some legacy software that is gradually being phased out in favor of running on containers. So remember this, 95% Lambda, and then about 4% containers, and then the last 1% is running on virtual machines. That really minimizing our DevOps overhead. Continuing with that, when I spoke about the Info360 as a platform or a shared services infrastructure, I wanted to make sure that you also understood how we treat that platform and how we decide which pieces of that platform we build at any given point. So if you look at a platform, it also looks horizontal, right? You've got various different services, and I'll just go back to this, right? You have various different services in the middle, maps, alerting, billing, identity, and so forth. We don't just build these services in advance so that at some point in the future, a product might use them. we build these shared services and augment these shared services on a vertical pattern. So if a specific product needs a new feature and that feature calls out a new capability of the map, that is when we will build that new capability. Because in this case, we make sure that our shared services capability is enhanced to serve a product at that time, at the time that it's needed. We picked one primary language. We were really, I'd say, thinking this aspect quite a bit, because in such a scale of an organization, different teams come with different capabilities on different languages. So some teams were building in C#, some teams building in C++ and other languages, and some teams were building in JavaScript or in TypeScript. We had to make a choice of whether or not we allow each team to build with the language that they felt comfortable with, or we pick a language and then have all of the teams pick that language and learn that and make sure that they master that. We are really happy with the fact that we picked one language as our primary language, and that was TypeScript. TypeScript, by the way, is a superset of JavaScript, a strongly typed JavaScript, which has been gaining popularity significantly over the past few years. And this is the language that we use. And interestingly, here, this is the first time in my career that the language that we use for the front end and the back end is identical. And that is also contributed to a lot of the speed gains that we've had, because our engineers can work on the front end and on the back end in a very easy way. We have some minimal number of exceptions. So we have some C++ code for in Fortran, modern Fortran, that is used for highly optimized simulation engine, and of course Python for data engineering and AI. Last kind of bullet point that I wanted to mention, we use what AWS refers to as a pool tenancy model, where our entire infrastructure is shared among all tenants, and we ensure that the separation of tenants is done through a very secure and robust authentication or authorization. So we do not need to create infrastructure as a new tenant or a customer signs up with our service. So with that, I'm going to talk about what can actually cause teams to be slower. Now, I'm not saying don't do these things, but I'm just saying think those through. So the first thing, and actually this is something that is fairly simple to understand. When an organization, especially this size, has low cloud knowledge density, so for example, organizations that are looking to move from one technology or moving from on-prem development or desktop or any kind of different type of development to SaaS, if the knowledge density, so the number of people that really have experience with building such solution is low, that will cause a significant slowdown in the ramp up. I know this because I've actually done this kind of transformation around 2014, where my teams were transitioning from very much embedded software development, on-prem development, to SaaS, cloud, and AWS. Back then, it was okay because competition was not yet all on AWS. Today, you should assume that your competition is very knowledgeable on SaaS. So you need to make sure that the cloud knowledge density is high as you start this journey, the journey to SaaS. How do you identify that there is indeed such a case? You'll see that there's an excessive amount of proof of concept and spikes. Every new feature starts with a proof of concept. We need to figure out which database to use or which data store to use, which language to use, which service to use, and so forth. These are telltale signs that probably there isn't upskill required within the organization. I'm happy to say that our entire organization right now is really honed in on cloud and SaaS. A good part, as I mentioned, of our engineers are AWS solutions architect and developer certified and so forth. Over Polyglot, so I mentioned, so Polyglot is the ability to run different services with different languages. So in the past, when you go to an interview, right, one of the questions is, what's the value of microservice architecture? And one of the values was that Polyglot, you can run every service with different language, so every team can work in their language that they are comfortable with. Now, the reality is, and that's based on experience, is that when an organization is run too many languages, it actually significantly reduces the speed of the overall organization, because team members cannot move from one team to another. Services or code pieces cannot be shared between different teams or services, and services themselves cannot transition between different teams. So for maintenance and so forth. So it's really creating a slowdown. So be sure to look into the number of languages you have within the organization. Multi-region failover and expansion. So multi-region is the ability for a SaaS solution to fail over to a different region in case that region fails. So AWS, for example, has lots of regions, and within each region there are availability zones. So each availability zone is a data center by itself. Usually, the cloud providers provide a fairly good availability zone failover. That said, sometimes, and you really need to think through whether or not you need that level of failover, companies require to do failover between regions. So for example, failing over from a region in Oregon, for example, failing over to a region in Virginia, because you need that level of uptime. If you do that, that has a significant cost, and you really need to think that. The other thing is region expansion. This is something that actually we support. We do support a number of regions within AWS, so our software runs on different regions in order to support specific requirements that our customers have to be in region, or to be in a larger set of regions and so forth. Next up is infrastructure management. As I mentioned, we use managed services as much as possible. Only when cost difference is very significant, I'd recommend to look into an unmanaged service. And when I say unmanaged service, I mean a service or a platform that you or your team is actually responsible to keep up. A large cluster, a large Spark cluster, a large data store, and so forth. Things of that sort that you actually manage will create slowdown in your operation, because you need to maintain those, you need to upgrade those, and you need to have people who understands the ins and outs of that infrastructure. Multi-cloud and hybrid cloud. So these are the abilities to run your software with various clouds connected together, or cloud connected to on-prem. Really think through if you need to do that. So running in multi-cloud, some companies look into that for a cost perspective, or just as a preference, or not to be stuck with one cloud and so forth. Remember that low cloud knowledge density. Immediately as an organization decides to go to another cloud provider, so for example, in addition to AWS, you decide to go to Azure and work on two clouds at the same time, you immediately reduce your cloud knowledge density within your organization. Because although, if you look from afar, the services look roughly the same, the security looks roughly the same, but when you dig into it, these are actual professions. A cloud provider is an actual profession for engineers. So be wary of these things. Cloud agnostic, and this is, I would say, becomes more rare as time goes by. This is the ability to run your SaaS solution on any given cloud provider for various reasons, to be able to be mobile between different clouds, to get the best benefit and cost benefit between different clouds. I really recommend to really think hard on that, because that is a significant time drain on the overall capability of building a SaaS platform. Not to say that this is not required in some rare cases, but do think through if you really need to do that, because at that point you lose a lot of the capabilities or the native capabilities that the cloud provider provides. So with that, I wanted to touch base on one last thing. What if you really need to move even faster than that? You are not in an enterprise level SaaS provider, SaaS solution provider, and you really need to move faster. You need to get a product out to market in a faster way. Is there a different way to do that? If you can kind of do something that is slightly less in the capabilities that you need to provide your customers. And yes, there is, and it's becoming more and more capable over time. And that is the low code, no code environment or trend that has been growing over the past few years significantly. I'd say I'm sure that there are a lot of people right now listening to me and kind of are a little bit uncomfortable with this, because they're saying, we've been building software and we've seen this in the past. We've seen low code, no code solutions in the past. They've never been able to really scale to what we need, really do everything that we need for our customers. I would say that gradually these solutions are becoming more and more capable, more and more scalable, and you need to pay attention, because gradually they're going to take more and more center stage, allowing developers actually to deal with the more difficult pieces of the development ecosystems. So just a Gartner forecast that that organizations are increasingly turning to low-code development technologies to really fulfill the growing demand for speedy application delivery and really provide an ability to customize automation workflows. I do recommend looking into that. Gartner has a lot more information about how companies are embracing these types of development solutions that gradually are allowing them to move faster and faster. So a little bit about the ecosystem. The ecosystem is huge and it's growing. Some of the notable solutions that are out there, Bubble.io, for example, a complete, let's say, software as a service builder. Drag and drop. It does have a steep learning curve. You really need to understand what you're doing, but Bubble is a viable solution, and startups are using that. They're using that to get to their MVP. They're using that to get to market fit. Adalo, solution to build mobile applications. Airtable, a lot of people know Airtable, of course. Webflow, as soon as you say Webflow, people think about websites and so forth. But Webflow, if you combine that with a plugin or a component called MemberStack, you are able to build SaaS application with complex memberships and tenancy. Software is in that space as well. There are also no code backends starting to come up. Xano is one of them. There are a couple more as well that teams can build complete backends and APIs with low code or no code solutions. And of course, AI can't ignore the number of AI low code, no code solutions that are out there. Just the list is really long. AWS SageMaker, Canvas, one of them, Dataiku, Data Robot, and others, really allowing data analysts to create good AI solutions. So possible use cases, and I have to say these use cases are growing all the time. For example, seeking product market fit, so the ability to iterate very quickly on a product, to change features at a low cost as the market reacts, to your solution really is a good use case to that. Internal tooling, of course, so tooling that is geared towards internal customers within the organization. SaaS internal facing portals. So a lot of SaaS products have two sides to them. One is the side that the customers see, that usually gets the most scale, requires the most uptime, and so forth. There are internal facing portals like super admin or admin, and so forth that internal users within the company are using. It just runs on an API. Mobile applications, or I would say the more simple mobile applications, can be done, and low scale front end for sophisticated, unique services. I'll just recommend something as if you go to YouTube and just Google Bubble and ChatGPT, you'll see the number of solutions that people have come up with to create unique capabilities very quickly while connecting Bubble.io through the API for ChatGPT. So highly recommend to look into that. So those are low scale front end that you can build very quickly, where the back end and the services really requires most of your effort. So with that, I'll move into some questions.
Bose, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate this presentation. It was super insightful. Definitely going to be looking into some of those apps that you mentioned at the end, the no-code tool, and even the no-code backend. I thought that was really fascinating. I haven't heard that one yet, so excited to check it out. We are over our time, so I don't see any questions that have come in yet. I will ask you one question. Where can people connect with you? Are you Twitter, LinkedIn, email? What do you prefer?
LinkedIn is best. I'm on LinkedIn. Feel free to reach out.
Sounds good. I think I connected with you earlier, so I look forward to kind of keeping up with the things that you're doing. Any way that I can be of a resource, I really appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Absolutely. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Looks like we got to our last speaker. I'm going to be introducing Dmitry. He is the co-founder of Glorium Technologies. He will be saying the last couple words before we end the summit. So, Dmitry, thank you so much. Sorry, we're over a little bit of our time.
That's okay. I'll try to be short then in this case. Hi, Jerry. How are you doing? So
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good, thank you. Let me just summarize this summit. It's actually a pretty interesting one, and a couple points were raised that I liked. But I guess I would like not just summarize it, but to add a couple points from my own observation about what's going on with SaaS system, and actually what will be going on with the SaaS system in 2023. It's going to be pretty challenging from all kind of aspects. I guess where should I start? That there is a huge trend right now with SaaS market consolidation, and actually new trend with super consolidation, with the super SaaS systems. And that actually brings multiple challenges from the technology standpoint, which do require to have a new solution, new approaches to improve, to boost, and maybe sometimes just giving the edge to a specific SaaS system. It's a small things that I guess is useful to start looking at. I mean, we probably passed the time when there were multiple breakthrough, like artificial intelligence with image recognition or something like this. But those approaches still valuable, and again, maybe not suitable for every single SaaS system, maybe sometimes overhyped, but those technologies do have its own place in pretty much every solution. And again, if you want to give a boost to your SaaS system, if you want to be competitive, and especially be competitive with consolidated super apps from big players, Microsoft, IBM, I don't know, anything else like this, you have to find alternative solution. You have to find new technologies. You have to inject those technologies into your application. And again, it's not just artificial intelligence, low code capabilities that was mentioned during this summit. I don't know, centralized analytics over several SaaS systems, providing data as a service, infrastructure as a service. Those pieces that small, but again, will provide you some additional boost. Also, we should not overlook infrastructural technologies. I mean, we're talking about security, we're talking about DevOps operations, and since again competition is growing, security question is emerging. A lot of cyber activity last year, and this year it's going to be actually growing. So it's not, how to say, technology which are domain technology, but those technology has to be incorporated in order to keep your business intact, to keep your business running without interruption, without problem, without leaked data, leaked information, and so on. So I guess I will repeat myself, but those technologies, I still call them technologies, needs to be incorporated, not even to boost your SaaS system, but to keep it as a standard package for your SaaS system. That's probably it. A lot of was told during this summit. Let's keep it short. I did enjoy listening to our speakers, and I'll see all of you on our next summit.
Dimitri, thank you so much, and thank you to everyone that joined us today. I really appreciate you being here, viewers, for both days. We had an awesome lineup of speakers. Really looking forward to the next summit, and wishing everyone happiness and success in 2023.
See you guys. Talk to you later. Bye.
Goodbye, everybody. Thanks for joining us.